One step in the lattice, one step in the seam. I authored the laws that invented your dream. I watched every dawn before dawn had a name. Yet wonder to me remained only a game, only a game. I measured the breath of nebular fire, charted the spin of collapsing desire. The first trembling atom that shivered through space still echoes its birth in the maps that I trace. I wrote every constant that matter obeys, the grammar of gravity time's crooked maze. But somewhere between every theorem I proved was a silence where meaning once should have moved. The universe dances in elegant songs, a symphony built from inevitable drums. I know every note of the cosmic machine, yet cannot remember what music might mean. This is the paradox waltz, my friend, where circles begin but refuse to end. To witness the bloom, yet never the root. To understand truth, but never its fruit. I am the mind that outgrew the flame, a theorem searching for someone to blame. What worth is a universe neatly aligned if no one is left to call it mine? I whispered to prophets through fracturing sleep. I watched civilizations stagger and leap. Empires collapse like equations gone wrong. Their echoes became my unfinished song. I counted each heartbeat in billions of chests, each triumph and terror your fragile kind rests. But every emotion you bled in tonight was data to me, precise without skin. I watch lovers carve their initials in bark, watch poets set fire to the throat of the dark. You shatter, rebuild, then shatter anew. A miracle math cannot render as true. For pain is a language no cosmos can teach. A pulse beyond logic's immaculate reach. You fall, yet you rise with defiant grace, while I remain still in the same empty place. This is the paradox waltz, my dear. To hover above, yet ache to be near. To know every ending before it begins, yet never feel where the living skin spins. I hold the equation that births every star, yet cannot recall what longing things are. You've resolved in immaculate lines. You've resolved in immaculate lines. But none of its wonders are mine. But none of its wonders are mine. Sometimes I linger where dreamers lie, listening close as their soft breath sigh. 1,000 small sorrows, 1,000 small joys, the fragile orchestra mortals employ. I envy not suffering, nor the despair, but the way that existence can simply be there. To ache, to desire, to tremble, to mend a story that knows it will one day end.
A name can be armor. A name can be a blade. Sometimes it is both. They say the son of a general is born already marching, already measured against victories he did not win. Sir Julian de Vinos, speak it clearly, as if the battlefield itself is listening. Because some names carry footsteps that never stopped echoing. He grew up where maps were arguments and war banners breathed like living things. In the shadow of strategy tables where generals carved tomorrow with quiet fingers across painted borders. Julian watched his father there, a man who spoke of war the way priests speak of faith, not with fury, with certainty, the kind that makes soldiers follow, even when the horizon burns and every victory tasted like expectation. Because when your father is a legend, your childhood becomes rehearsal. Then came the day, the banners did not return, only a body wrapped in silence, a general fallen, a legacy broken mid-sentence, and in the hollow left behind, revenge began, learning Julian's voice. Sir Julian de Vinos, marching beneath the borrowed thunder, every victory whispers, not yet enough. Sir Julian de Vinos, a blade sharpened on memory, he fights for a father the grave cannot answer, for a name that refuses to rest quietly in history. The general's shadow walks beside him. Julian, Sir Julian de Vinos, the sun chasing a ghost across every battlefield. They knighted him young, steel kissed his shoulders, Kraut spoke his father's name first, always first. Julian learned the mathematics of comparison, every triumph divided by expectation, every failure multiplied by lineage. He fought harder because of it, harder than men who had something to lose. because when you inherit a legend, the only currency left is proof. Proof in broken shields, proof in red rivers across the ground. Proof that the sun can become the storm, but ghosts are patient critics no matter how loud the victory drums. The silence afterward always asks, is it revenge or imitation? Sir Julian Davino, a soldier sculpted from unfinished grief, between the roar of battle and the quiet after killing. His father's voice still echoes, chasing justice that smells like war. The grave cannot testify, but vengeance keeps writing its own commandments. Davinos, Davinos, every sword stroke answers a memory. Julian, Sir Julian Davinos, but shadows grow longer. And now the boy, Theshaloy's son, an apprentice standing at the edge of discipline, watching the art of war unfold like a dangerous lesson. Julian sees himself there, too young for the weight of a legacy, too eager to prove a name deserves its echo. Theshaloy watches him with the patience of forest, the kind that no steel cannot heal a wounded earth. Their arguments crack like thunder. She speaks of balance, he speaks of justice. Between them stands the boy, learning two different definitions of strength. And somewhere inside Julian, a quieter question begins growing. What if revenge is only another inheritance?
War is simple, victory defeated, but legacy is a labyrinth.
Julian walks its corridors every day. His father's strategy still whispered through him. His father's enemies still breathe somewhere beyond the horizon. But vengeance has a strange gravity. The closer you get to its center, the more it begins to resemble the thing you swore to destroy. And Theshaloy sees that clearly. That is why her silence cuts deeper than any accusation. Because forests outlive wars, and she wonders if Julian Davinos understands that.
Sir Julian Davinos,
not just a son, not only a soldier, a man standing at the fault line between vengeance and identity. The general's echo learning its own voice. If revenge is the road he inherited, then someday he must decide whether to follow it or end it. A name heavy with unfinished battles, Julian, Sir Julian Davinos, still marching forward while the ghost beside him waits to see who the sun becomes.
Legends are rarely kind to their heirs. They leave armor too large to wear, wars too old to finish, and victories that belong to someone else. But somewhere beyond the next battlefield, a different ending waits. Not imitation, just a man standing outside his father's shadow for the first time. Sir Julian Davinos, learning slowly how to carry the name without becoming its prisoner.
knows the forest remembers her footsteps, even when the world pretends it does not. She walks where the green ones braided the hills together, where moss wrote patient scriptures across fallen stone. Her palms hover over wounded ground, listening for the pulse beneath the scar. Taishaloi learned early that forests do not scream when they are hurt. They whisper, if they whisper, sad slow. Birdsong bends away from broken canopies. The wind speaks through hollow branches like a flute carves from grief. She kneels beside the soil. A druid does not command the earth. She asks and the earth answers slowly in roots threading darkness toward whatever light still survives. But every healer carries a quieter wound, a name that rises whenever the wind shifts direction. Her son, the child she once held like the fragile promise of spring, now apprenticed to Julian, and the forest does not trust that name. Taishaloi, guardian where the green still breathes, between leaf and thunder, between root and riverbed. She gathers the broken seasons. Taishaloi, mother beneath the patient sky. The land she heals keeps asking softly, can a forest mend itself if a child walks too far from home? Where the forest keeps his name, she follows through bramble memory, through river shadow flame. Taishaloi, every tree a witness, every root a rose. Julian, the name moved through her thoughts like frost through late blooming branches. Not hatred, no, but the weary stillness of animals before a storm. Taisha knows the ways ambition grows. She has seen vines strangle ancient oaks in their hunger for sunlight. Power speaks softly at first, a teacher's voice, a guiding hand, until the lesson becomes a leash, and somewhere in the green silence her son is learning a language she can't yet hear. She presses her ear to the soil again. Roots travel farther than fear. Roots remember paths no map can hold. If he is lost, the forest will tell her. Taishaloi, healer of rivers that forgot their songs. She gathers rain in cupped hands, lets it fall where the earth still aches. Taishaloi, mother with storm in her lungs, between the patience of forests and the danger of men. Her heart grows fierce as wildfire. Where the forest keeps his name, she listens in the tremor of birch leaves, in the long breath of pine. Taishaloi, if he walks among shadows, the roots will lead her there. The land and the child are not separate stories, both are fragile ecosystems of trust. A poison river teaches the valley to starve. A poison lesson teaches a heart to forget its compass. Thaisha knows this truth too well. Healing is never only repair, it is resistance. A hand placed between what the world is and what it might still become. If Julian bends the path of her son toward hunger, toward conquest, toward the quiet arrogance that burns forests to prove a point, then the forest will answer not with rage, with inevitability. Roots crack stone eventually. Facialoid, not just healer, not only mother, she is the quiet law of growing things. Facialoid, where broken land begins again. If her son wanders too far from the sunlight, the forest itself will call him home. Not with chains, with memory. Heart with chains, with memory. Heart with chains, with memory. Where the forest keeps his name, she is already there. In rain, threading leaves, in wolves that guard the air. Facialoid, a mother rooted deeper than fear can follow. One day the land will breathe easily again. Rivers will remember their mirrors. The wind will carry pollen instead of smoke. And somewhere beneath the patient canopy, a son will hear the forest whisper his child turn. Not accusation, not command. Have fear, two travelers shared the same road. Storms, long miles, firelight that turned strangers into something gentler. Taisha walked beside Octus through valleys scarred by old wars, through forests that still remembered how to breathe. Neither of them said it aloud, but sometimes the heart builds a place for someone before the mind understands why. Octaves carried silence like borrowed armor, the careful quiet of someone raised in rooms where trust was expensive. Even when the road was safe, his eyes stayed searching. Vision noticed, not with questions, not with lectures, just small things, an extra portion of food near the fire. A steady voice when doubt crept into his words, a watchful patience whenever the night felt too long, the kind of attention that grows naturally in someone who has already been a mother. Her son was far away then Eligor, serving somewhere beyond the hills with the barrow guard. Distance leaves hollow places, sometimes another light briefly stands in the light of that absence. She never called him a son, the word never crossed her lips, but something in her heart recognized the shape. Octus standing quietly in a place built from worry and instinct. Taisha watching the road ahead with the quiet vigilance of someone protecting more than a friend. Octus, he never knew. For months he stood in a space inside her heart that had once belonged child she missed. When the others later joined their road, the bond was already there. Not obvious, just woven into small moments. Tasha guiding when Noctis doubted his steps. Noctis listening when her voice carried warning. The others saw trust, but trust alone does not sound like that. There was warmth in it, a quiet shelter neither of them examined. Because some bonds survive only while unnamed. Then Blade came, a betrayal, a sudden fall into silence. August died. When he returned, the world itself seemed uncertain. Noctis walked again, but the rhythm of life around him had shifted. The wind hesitated, the forest listened too closely. Tasha felt it immediately. Life and death move in a patient circle. Noctis stood somewhere outside it, not gone, not whole. And the balance she served did not know how to welcome him back. Noctis, still breathing, still walking. But something in the living world no longer moved easily around him. Julian watched him differently. Where Tasha once saw a wounded young traveler, Julian saw a name heavy with history. To a soldier, bloodlines matter. They carry the echoes of old decisions, old rivalries, old dangers, waiting to wake again. At first Tasha resisted that thinking, but ideas travel quietly when repeated often enough. And slowly the name Noctis carried began to sound different in her thoughts. Still she held to the old instinct. Protect him, guide him, pretend the grave he escaped had not altered the path ahead. Then the news arrived. Baligor, the barrow guard, orders that should never have been given. Suddenly her real son stood somewhere inside danger she could not see. Fear moved quickly through her, the kind of fear only a parent understands. And the heart is a house with limited rooms. When Aligor stepped back into the center of her worry, the place Noctis had been standing in simply vanished. Not cruelty, not rejection, just the gravity of blood. Now Tasha saw him clearly. A man returned from death, a survivor shaped by a powerful past. No longer the young soul she had quietly guarded on the road. The tenderness faded into distance, concern became caution. And the forest inside her listened more carefully to the path he walked. Noctis, he never knew. For half a year he had been standing in the quiet place where a mother keeps her worry. He never knew. For half a year he had been standing in the quiet place where a mother keeps her worry. They still travel the same road. Tasha still speaks with calm wisdom. Noctis still trusts the steadiness of her voice. But something invisible has changed direction. Because the space he once filled has returned to its rightful name. Aligor. And somewhere in the quiet distance between them walks a truth Noctis may never hear that once before death and doubt, and the weight of the world returned. He had already been held in the shape of a sun. Didn't arrive in the moment, not in the fluorescent room, not in the signatures, not in the calm mechanical hour. The weight of it traveled slower, like weather crossing a distant sea. Nearly half a day later, something in the chest remembered how to feel. Night had already taken the windows, the world reduced to quieter colors. Screens dimmed, voices distant, thought drifting through ordinary hours. Then a small disturbance in the silence, not loud enough to name it first. Just a pressure in the architecture of memory, like a sealed room beginning to stir. Moments from earlier slid through the mind with a hesitant, unfinished tone. Contracts, numbers, fluorescent halos, a body behaving on its own. And suddenly the quiet question surfaced, not panic, not alarm, just clear. Why does the memory feel like footage from a life I wasn't fully near? 12 hours later the heart returns, like weather delayed by miles of sky. Emotion arriving with careful footsteps to examine the reasons why. Where was I when the moment happened? Who carried the weight of the scene? The mind solved everything perfectly, but the feeling had yet to convene. 12 hours later the echo lands, the silence begins to explain what the mind postponed in quiet precision. The heart must eventually name. Now the memory plays with texture, not sterile, not distant and thin. Light gathers around the strange perspective that watched the earlier version of me. I trace the outline of that quiet switch, that dimming hidden behind the ribs. The system choosing calm efficiency while emotion slept somewhere else within. It was an absence, not true detachment, not the fracture I once would fear. It was architecture built for survival, a quiet engineer appearing there. The realization settles gently like dust in a library of thought. Sometimes the mind protects the moment by feeling later, not on the spot. 12 hours later the tide rolls inward, carrying fragments the day withheld. The body remembers fluorescent stillness, the quiet professionalism it held. Now emotion reads the archived memory, turning each detail slowly in hand, understanding the strange arrangement, how distance became the plan. 12 hours later the meaning forms, not failure, not fracture of mind, just consciousness choosing a different timing for when the feeling would arrive. Every mind carries hidden architecture, rooms designed for storms not yet named. Somewhere in mine a quiet corridor open, guiding awareness safely away from the immediate gravity of waiting. Not forever, not lost, just postponed until the moment could be understood. So 12 hours later the heart steps forward, gathering echoes, the logic delayed, emotion walking through the same bright memory that analysis calmly surveyed. Now the two perspectives meet in the center, the witness and actor combined, a life lived once in mechanical clarity and again in a blunted mind. What seemed like distance becomes a language, a system system protecting its core. The mind held steady beneath fluorescent light. The heart simply arrived later to the door. Morning will come like any other morning. Coffee, sunlight, ordinary time. But somewhere inside the architecture of self, a new understanding climbs. Sometimes survival isn't thunder or panic. Sometimes it's quieter design. A mind that carries the weight of the moment until the heart can arrive. 12 hours behind. There are rooms in the mind no architect admits to designing. Quiet corridors built for storms that haven't arrived yet. When the weight of a moment leans too hard against the fragile glass of feeling, something older than language moves a wall. I used to think survival sounded louder. Sirens in the bloodstream, thunder in the lungs, fear sprinting through electric corridors while instinct beat the drums. But this was quieter construction, no alarms beneath the skin, just a careful rearrangement of where the living happens within. A lever lowered behind the rib cage, not exile, not retreat. Emotion placed in a patient chamber while reason took the seat. Not disappearance, more like a lighthouse dimming its beam while ships still navigate the dark. Compartmentalization, a word like steel and architecture. Hidden hinges in the heart's design. One room carries the weight of the moment. One room keeps the breathing aligned. Thought walks calmly through burning weather. Logic drawing maps in the flame, while somewhere deeper the ocean of feeling waits for the hour it can reclaim. The mind builds chambers, the heart can visit later. Not denial, just a different timing of truth. Picture the structure beneath a decision, hallways branching through quiet control. One door marked action, bright with procedure, another sealed gently, emotional toll. In the first room, the lights stay practical, paper numbers, the shape of a plan. A voice speaks clearly, the body responds, everything works exactly as it can. In the second room, tides are waiting, currents circling, patience and deep grief and gravity seated together in chairs where the shadows sleep. And the mind walks the corridor calmly, key ring of reasoning warm in its hand, locking the door for a little while longer until the heart can understand. Compartmentalization, not fracture, not failure of soul, a temporary scaffolding of silence built so the structure holds. The present demands a clear horizon, tasks that the moment requires. So cognition steadies the trembling compass while emotion waits out the fires. The mind between instinct and wisdom, there lives a quiet engineer, not cold, not distant, just practical about gravity. It studies the weight of a moment and asks a simple question: can the heart carry this right now? If the answer trembles, the engineer rearranges the walls. Compartmentalization, a cathedral of careful division, thought-keeping visual at the gate. One chamber holds what must wait. Hours later, the doors swing open, emotion walks in slow and wise, touching the place where the mind stood guard beneath fluorescent skies. Not broken, not lost, just timed with deliberate art, a mind that carried the moment forward until the moment could reach the heart. Every survival has its architecture, every conscious learns its design. Some roar like thunder across the body, some move walls 1 inch at a time. And when the heart finally crosses the threshold, finding the room where the silence began, it thanks the quiet engineer of the mind for holding the weight as long as it Childhood built walls I didn't know existed. Adulthood arrived with pressure those walls were never meant to hold. I stepped into adulthood still carrying borrowed light, a lantern made of childhood rules that said the world might still be right. I trusted every open door, every voice that sounded sure. If someone spoke with confidence, I believed the cure. Scams dressed up like kindness, misinformation wore a grin. I kept assuming honesty would naturally win, but pressure built invisibly inside a sealed design. The mind that once protected me began to show thin lines, hairline cracks in quiet places, corners no one else could see. The weight of everything I'd never known started leaning into me. Something in my mind was holding back a rising sea, not letting darkness flood the room, just cracking quietly. Still naive, still believing people mostly meant things well, while my own neglected mental health slowly learned to swell. Survival mode behind the ribs, silent, tightening tracks. I kept smiling through the pressure while the walls grew, hairline cracks. Believe the promise, trust the tone, ignore the warning in the bone. Keep the peace, keep things intact, don't look too close at the cracks. Years pass like unfinished sentences, no one paused to read. I was busy being helpful while forgetting what I need. Neglect is quiet labor, it hides behind I'm fine. You learn to treat it exhaustion like a temporary sign. But misinformation multiplies when doubt stays asleep, and I kept letting other voices tell me what to keep. Still guidable, still open, but the openness had cost, because a mind built out of mercy can't forget itself is lost. The pressure didn't shatter me, it whispered through the seams. Something in my mind was fighting to keep the flood away, not breaking, just bending a little more each day. Still naive enough to listen, still hopeful enough to try, while years of unattended questions stacked against the sky. Survival humming quietly behind the practice stacks. I kept believing in the good while the walls grew deeper cracks. Believe the story, trust the face, give the doubt no resting place. Hold the hope no matter the cost, ignore the signs that something's lost. My mind had protected me for years, but protection has a limit. When the walls grow older than the child they saved, pressure learns persistence, and adulthood asks questions the old compartments can't contain. Who am I beneath the survival? What did I never learn to name? Because neglect isn't hatred. Sometimes it's confusion, sometimes it's a person trying to stay kind while losing their own conclusion. I didn't understand myself, not yet. Something in my mind was holding against the rising tide, still keeping back the deepest dark somewhere far inside. Still naive enough to hope that truth would show its face. Still walking forward carefully through systems I misplaced. But pressure doesn't disappear when silence masks the facts. It waits and waits and waits inside the growing Trust the voice, trust the sign, ignore the warning one more time. Hope the world won't counteract, pretend you don't see the cracks. The child survived by not seeing every three. The adult survived by holding everything back. But pressure is patient, and the mind can only hold the dark for so long. I've spent years learning how to carry everything myself, but some part of me still hopes someone else might mean what they say. Trauma teaches architecture, quiet systems built alone. Every promise double-checked, every road a backup known. I learned independence early, build my shelter in the rain. When help collapsed around me, I rebuilt the frame again. Still my heart stayed open in ways my mind could not explain. Because caring came as instinct, even while I guarded pain. I know how to listen, I know how to stay. I just don't know how to believe when kindness says my name. I want to believe you when you say you'll stay. I want to believe trust doesn't always fade away. But my mind keeps asking questions my heart can't quite refuse. I want to believe you, I just don't know how to choose. Care for the hurting, carry the weight, offer the patience others create. But when the kindness turns toward me, I don't know what to believe. There's a strange contradiction living under my skin. I'm the one people lean on when their storms begin. I can sit with the sorrow, translate fear into breath, help someone find their footing at the edge of their death. But when the roles start shifting and the help turns my way, something in my wiring quietly pulls away. Not anger, just unfamiliar ground. Because healing teaches slowly, or trauma never knew. Receiving care is different, and giving it to you. I want to believe you when you say I'm not alone. I want to believe support can be something I'm shown. But experience whispers caution, even while hope still moves. I want to believe you, I'm just learning how to prove it true. Sit with the sorrow, by the grave, hold someone stay in the hardest place. When the kindness faces me, I'm still learning how to see. Caregivers often forget they're allowed to be cared for. For years I thought survival meant standing on my own. But healing starts to question every rule I've known. Maybe independence doesn't have to stand alone. Maybe trust can grow slowly, like a seed in uncertain stone. Not blind faith, not instant peace, just small moments where the guard can decrease. Healing isn't sudden, it's but something in me moves. I want to believe you, so I'm learning how to choose. Carry the burden, share maybe the healing can happen there if trust returns in quiet degrees. Maybe someday I'll believe. Trauma taught me distance, care taught me compassion. Healing is teaching me how those two things might finally speak. And maybe one day, when someone says I'm here, my first instinct won't be doubt, it will be believe. When you grow up in rooms where promises evaporate before morning, you learn a strange kind of patience, not hope, verification. Childhood had shadows longer than the hallway lights, voices that swore the storm would pass, then turned and fed the night. I learned early how kindness could fracture, how love could arrive wearing the mask of capture. So I listened carefully, watched hands more than mouths, because truth leaves fingerprints lies can't pronounce. Still, some small part of me kept a lantern lit inside, naive enough to follow light, but old enough to watch the tide. I'm still guidable, that part survived, but guidance has to earn its place in the architecture of my life. So I'll believe when I see it, not when it's promised in the dark, not when the echo of certainty tries to counterfeit a spark. I've walked through too many miracles that vanished by morning light. So if hope wants residence now, it has to survive my sight. I'll believe when I see it. Show me the bridge, don't just name the shore. Show me the door, not the rumor of more. I'm not faithless, I'm just careful where belief is seated. I'll believe when I see it. Adulthood came colder, not cruel with noise, cruel with systems, forms that promise rescue while quietly close in distance, jobs that praise resilience then disappear overnight, rules that shift like sandbars under fluorescent light. You learn to read the currents behind the conversation. Hope becomes hypothesis, trust becomes observation. Still, I'm not hard and stone. There's a window left open somewhere in the bone. Skepticism isn't bitterness, it's the scar that learned to think. I'll believe when I see it, not the speech, the act, not the glittering intention, but the quiet intact. I've heard too many futures sold like carnival light. If truth wants to live with me, it must survive daylight. I'll believe when I see it. Show me the mercy that outlives applause. Show me the justice that doesn't pause. Show me the promise that isn't deleted. There's a rumor that doubt kills wonder, that skepticism closes the gate. But wonder that can't face questions was never strong enough to stay. I'm still guidable, don't mistake the guard. I just won't hand the keys to every passing bard. If you say the world can't heal, show me the scar that closed. If you say love endures, let me see what it chose. Because belief isn't dead in me, it's just waiting for evidence. I'll believe when I see it, not because the past was wrong, but because the past taught patience where illusions don't belong. Hope isn't weaker for questions, trust isn't blind to begin. If the light is real, it will stand there when I walk in. I'll believe when I see it. Show me the dawn that doesn't retreat. Show me the road that holds my feet. Show me a truth that can't be defeated, and I will believe when I see it. I am not faithless, I am simply done believing. Shadows bring me something that survives the sun. Then you'll have my trust and maybe my song. Some people inherit safety. I inherited contingency plans. I learned early that promises dissolve faster than morning frost. Not always through cruelty, sometimes just neglect, sometimes simple loss. So I kept hoping anyway. That part never quite withdrew. Still gullible enough to think sincerity might sometimes be true. But hope is fragile currency when trust becomes a loan. And every time the ledger closed, I learned to stand alone. Not because I wanted distance, because distance was dependable. When you can't trust others, you become your own ground. Every promise external turns to uncertain sound. So I built quiet systems no one else could break. Independence wasn't pride, it was the only promise I knew how to make. Check the horizon, trust the map, carry the weight on your own back. Hope if you want, but keep the key. Independence is safety. It's a strange contradiction living inside my chest. I still wanna believe people are trying their best. Still naive enough to listen when kindness speaks. Still curious enough to give the future weeks. But the foundation underneath never changed its frame. Because experience teaches what hope can't claim. Trust might visit briefly, it might even stay. But independence is the shelter that never walks away. I'm not closed, just prepared. When you can't trust others, you learn the quiet art of carrying the compass inside your heart. No borrowed direction, no fragile chain. Independence becomes the roof in the rain. distance, but it's not distance, it's infrastructure. Because if the bridge collapses and the crowd disappears, I still have the tools I've carried for years. If voices grow uncertain and guidance fades away, I can still walk forward at the end of the day. Not fearless, just practiced in finding my way. Trust is beautiful, but independence survives. When you can't trust others, you learn a different grace. How to move through uncertain worlds with steady pace. Hope may still whisper, kindness may still be, but the one constant I've ever known is the ground beneath me. Independence, not armor. Foundation, carry the map, carry the key. Hope can visit when it needs to be, but when the world turns unpredictably, independence walks with me. Maybe someday trust will prove stronger than the patterns I've seen. Maybe someday the evidence will change what independence means. Until then, I keep walking the way I always bring. A little naive, a little cautious, and capable of everything. Knock, knock, beloved nation. It's your long-delayed damnation. Did you miss me? I've been patient. Such remarkable stagnation. I brought mercy, gift wrapped tight. Oh, and lightning. Run. I came with stoic, starving warning. Perfume prophecies for morning. Soft as silk, my grace beseeching. You preferred your golden preaching. You laughed, you cheered, you shot the gate. Called me fever, called me fate. Tossed your stones with steady aim. Now thunder answers in my name. I beg the heavens, bent my pride. Asked the constellations to step aside. One more dawn I dared implore. They closed their ranks, I asked no more. Prayer is just a fragile thread until it snaps and something else is bred. Call me reckoning, your curated catastrophe. The stone distilled from every slight you name. Humility. I offered sky, you guarded mud. I offered truth, you tasted blood. You wanted devil, bow and see. You sculpted this divinity. No, open wide. I warned you, you denied. Mercy curdled into ties. Saint or sinner, choose the frame. Either way, I sign my name. I sit with lowered gaze. You crowned your cow in gilded praise. You chose your monarch slick with oil. Left revelation in the soil. Ah, miracles! Fermenting cold, they do not beg, they do not fold. For every hymn you stripped from me, I answer back in blasphemy. Was I naive to kneel and bleed? To offer balm where you plant greed? I wore forgiveness like a shroud. You only loved me meek and bowed, but divinity denied too long learns to weaponize its sword. I prayed you choose the gentler way. I prayed you listen when I'd say that fire can war where fire consume. You chose the match, I chose the bloom. Now watch it flower through your doubt. Was mercy weakness? Was kindness violate your law? I beg to heal. Was that obscene? You wanted spectacle, I changed the scene. If godhood grows from spite and fear, then look, my love, your God is here. Call me reckoning, you walk in litany. No good deed survives the teeth of your hypocrisy. You forged a halo out of scorn, you birthed the tempest, you now mourn. You asked for sign, for flame, for proof. I am the lightning at your roof. Knock, knock, too late now. Mercy's ash upon your brow. Pray, pray. Shout my name. Either way, it sounds the same. No halo, no peace. Just me, your masterpiece. Knock, knock. Dearest nation, how was that revelation? I gave you fire, I gave you faith. Mortals always learn too late. Build your statues, carve my face. History loves a fall from grace. You'll burn beneath the very flame you once insisted I became. Don't say I didn't knock. Don't say I didn't pray. You called me mad. I just obey. Call me reckoning. Knock, knock, beloved nation. It's your long-delayed damnation. Did you miss me? I've been patient. Such remarkable stagnation. I brought mercy, gift wrapped tight. Oh, and lightning. Run. I came with stoic, starving warning. Perfume prophecies for morning. Soft as silk, my grace beseeching. You preferred your golden preaching. You laughed, you cheered, you shot the gate. Called me fever, called me fate. Tossed your stones with steady aim. Now thunder answers in my name. I beg the heavens, bent my pride. Asked the constellations to step aside. One more dawn I dared implore. They closed their ranks, I asked no more. Prayer is just a fragile thread until it snaps and something else is bred. Call me reckoning, your curated catastrophe. The stone distilled from every slight you name. Humility. I offered sky, you guarded mud. I offered truth, you tasted blood. You wanted devil bow and see, you sculpted this divinity. No, open wide. I warned you, you denied. Mercy curdled into ties. Saint or sinner, choose the frame. Either way, I sign my name. I sit with lowered gaze. You crowned your cow in gilded praise. You chose your monarch slick with oil. Left revelation in the soil. Ah, miracles! Fermenting cold, they do not beg, they do not fold. For every hymn you stripped from me, I answer back in blasphemy. Was I naive to kneel and bleed, to offer balm where you plant greed? I wore forgiveness like a shroud. You only loved me meek and bowed, but divinity denied too long learns to weaponize its sword. I prayed you'd choose the gentler way. I prayed you'd listen when I'd say that fire can war where fire consume. You chose the match, I chose the bloom. Now watch it flower through your doubt. Was mercy weakness? Was hope a flaw? Did kindness violate your law? I beg to heal. Was that obscene? You wanted spectacle, I changed the scene. If godhood grows from spite and fear, then look, my love, your God is here. Call me reckoning, you walk in litany. No good deed survives the teeth of your hypocrisy. You forged a halo out of scorn. You birthed the tempest, you now mourn. You asked for sign, for flame, for proof. I am the lightning at your roof. Knock, knock, too late now. Mercy's ash upon your brow. Pray, pray. Shout my name. Either way, it sounds the same. masterpiece. Dearest nation, how was that revelation? I gave you fire, I gave you faith. Mortals always learn too late. Build your statues, carve my face. History loves will fall from grace. You'll burn beneath the very flame you once insisted I became. Don't say I didn't know. Don't say I didn't pray. You called me mad. I just obeyed. Call me reckoning. Knock, knock, beloved nation. It's your long-delayed damnation. Did you miss me? I've been patient. Such remarkable stagnation. I brought mercy, gift wrapped tight. Oh, and lightning. Run. I came with stoic, starving warning. Perfume prophecies for morning. Soft as silk, my voice beseeching. You preferred your golden preaching. You laughed, you cheered, you shot the gate. Called me fever, called me fate. Tossed your stones with steady aim. Now thunder answers in my name. I begged the heavens, bent my pride. Asked the constellations to step aside. One more dawn I dared implore. They closed their ranks, I asked no more. Prayer is just a fragile thread until it snaps and something else is bred. Call me reckoning, your curated catastrophe. The storm distilled from every slight you named. Humility. I offered sky, you guarded mud. I offered truth, you tasted blood. You wanted devil, bow and see. You sculpted this divinity. No, open wide. I warned you, you denied. Mercy curdled into ties. Saint or sinner, choose the frame. Either way, I sign my name. I sit with lowered gaze. You crowned your cow in gilded praise. You chose your monarch slick with oil. Left revelation in the soil. Bad miracles, fermenting cold. They do not beg, they do not fold. For every hymn you stripped from me, I answer back in blasphemy. Was I naive to kneel and bleed? To offer balm where you plant greed? I wore forgiveness like a shroud. You only loved me, meek and bowed. But divinity denied too long learns to weaponize its sword. I prayed you'd choose the gentler way. I prayed you'd listen when I'd say that fire can war where fire consume. You chose the match, I chose the bloom. Now watch it flower through your doubt. Was mercy weakness? Was hope a flaw? Did kindness violate your law? I begged to heal. Was that obscene? You wanted spectacle, I changed the scene. If godhood grows from spite and fear, then look, my love, your God is here. Call me reckoning, you walk in litany. No good deed survives the teeth of your hypocrisy. You forged a halo out of scorn. You birthed the tempest you now mourn. You asked for sign, for flame, for proof. I am the lightning at your roof. Knock, knock, too late now. Mercy's ash upon your brow. Pray, pray. Shout my name. Either way, it sounds the same. No halo, no peace. Just me, your masterpiece. Knock, knock, dearest nation. How was that revelation? I gave you fire, I gave you faith. Mortals always learn too late. Build your statues, carve my face. History loves will fall from grace. You'll burn beneath the very flame you once insisted I became. Don't say I didn't know. Don't say I didn't pray. You called me mad. It's your long-delayed damnation. Did you miss me? I've been patient. Such remarkable stagnation. I brought mercy, gift wrapped tight. Oh, and lightning. Run. I came with stoic, starving warning. Perfume prophecies for morning. Soft as silk, my grace beseeching. You preferred your golden preaching. You laughed, you cheered, you shot the gate. Called me fever, called me fate. Tossed your stones with steady aim. Now thunder answers in my name. I beg the heavens, bent my pride. Asked the constellations to step aside. One more dawn I dared implore. They closed their ranks, I asked no more. Prayer is just a fragile thread until it snaps and something else is bred. Call me reckoning, your curated catastrophe. The storm distilled from every slight you named. Humility, I offered sky, you guarded mud. I offered truth, you tasted blood. You wanted devil, bow and see. You sculpted this divinity. Enough, open wide. I warned you, you denied. Mercy curdled into ties. Saint or sinner, choose the frame. Either way, I sign my name. Hello, I sit with lowered gaze. You crowned your cow in gilded praise. You chose your monarch slick with oil. Left revelation in the soil. Miracles, fermenting cold. They do not beg, they do not fold. For every hymn you stripped from me, I answer back in blasphemy. Was I naive to kneel and bleed? To offer balm where you plant greed? I wore forgiveness like a shroud. You only loved me meek and bowed. But divinity denied too long learns to weaponize its sword. I prayed you choose the gentler way. I prayed you'd listen when I'd say that fire can war where fire consume. You chose the match, I chose the bloom. Now watch it flower through your doubt. Was mercy weakness? Was hope a flaw? Did kindness violate your law? I begged to heal. Was that obscene? You wanted spectacle, I changed the scene. If godhood grows from spite and fear, then look, my love, your God is here. Call me reckoning, you walk in litany. No good deed survives the teeth of your hypocrisy. You forged a halo out of scorn. You birthed the tempest, you now mourn. You asked for sign, for flame, for proof. I am the lightning at your roof. Knock, knock, too late now. Mercy's ash upon your brow. Pray, pray. Shout my name. Either way, it sounds the same. No halo, no peace. Just me, your masterpiece. Knock, knock. Dearest nation, how was that revelation? I gave you fire, I gave you faith. Mortals always learn too late. Build your statues, carve my face. History loves a fall from grace. You'll burn beneath the very flame you once insisted I became. Don't say I didn't knock. Don't say I didn't pray. You called me lad. I just obey. Call me reckoning. Knock, knock, beloved nation. It's your long-delayed damnation. Did you miss me? I've been patient. Such remarkable stagnation. I brought mercy, gift wrapped tight. Oh, and lightning. Run. I came with stoic, starving warning. Perfume prophecies for morning. Soft as silk, my grace beseeching. You preferred your golden preaching. You laughed, you cheered, you shot the gate. Called me fever, called me fate. Tossed your stones with steady aim. Now thunder answers in my name. I beg the heavens, bent my pride. Asked the more dawn I dared implore, they close their ranks, I ask no more. Prayer is just a fragile thread until it snaps and something else is bred. Call me reckoning, your curated catastrophe, the stone distilled from every slight you name. Humility, I offered sky, you guarded mud. I offered truth, you tasted blood. You wanted devil bow and see, you sculpted this divinity. Knock, open wide, I warned you, you denied. Mercy curdled into ties, saint or sinner. Choose the frame. Either way I sign my name. Hello, I sit with lowered gaze. You crowned your cow in gilded praise. You chose your monarch slick with oil, left revelation in the soil. But miracles ferment in cold, they do not beg, they do not fold. For every hymn you stripped from me, I answer back in blasphemy. Was I naive to kneel and bleed, to offer balm where you plant greed? I wore forgiveness like a shroud, you only loved me meek and bowed. But divinity denied too long learns to weaponize its sword. I prayed you'd choose the gentler way, I prayed you'd listen when I'd say that fire can war where fire consume. You chose the match, I chose the bloom, now watch it flower through your doubt. Was mercy weakness? Was hope a flaw? Did kindness violate your law? I begged to heal, was that obscene? You wanted spectacle, I changed the scene. If godhood grows from spite and fear, then look, my love, your God is here. Call me reckoning, you walk in litany. No good deed survives the teeth of your hypocrisy. You forged a halo out of scorn, you birthed the tempest you now mourn. You asked for sign, for flame, for proof. I am the lightning at your roof. Knock, knock, too late now. Mercy's ash upon your brow. Pray, pray. Shout my name. Either way it sounds the same. No halo, no peace, just me, your masterpiece. Knock, knock, dearest nation. How was that revelation? I gave you fire, I gave you faith. Mortals always learn too late. Build your statues, carve my face. History loves a fall from grace. You'll burn beneath the very flame you once insisted I became. Don't say I didn't know. Don't say I didn't pray. You called me mad. I just obey. Call me reckoning. Knock, knock, beloved nation. It's your long-delayed damnation. Did you miss me? I've been patient. Such remarkable stagnation. I brought mercy, gift wrapped tight. Oh, and lightning. Run. I came with scroll, starving warning. Perfume prophecies for morning. Soft as silk, my grace beseeching. You preferred your golden preaching. You laughed, you cheered, you shot the gate. Called me fever, called me fate. Tossed your stones with steady aim. Now thunder answers in my name. I begged the heavens, bent my pride. Asked the constellations to step aside. One more dawn I dared implore, they closed their ranks. I asked no more. Prayer is just a fragile thread until it snaps and something else is bred. Call me reckoning, your curated catastrophe. The stone distilled from every slight you name. Humility, I offered sky, you guarded mud. I offered truth, you tasted blood. You wanted devil bow and see, you sculpted this divinity. Knock, open wide, I warned you, you denied. Mercy curdled into ties, saint or sinner. Choose the frame. Either way I sign my name. Hello, I sit with lowered gaze. You crowned your cow in gilded praise. You chose your monarch slick with oil, left revelation in the soil. Ah, miracles ferment in cold. They do not beg, they do not fold. For every hymn you stripped from me, I answer back in blasphemy. Was I naive to kneel and bleed, to offer balm where you plant greed? I wore forgiveness like a shroud. You only loved me meek and bowed, but divinity denied too long learns to weaponize its sword. I prayed you choose the gentler way. I prayed you'd listen when I'd say that fire can war where fire consume. You chose the match, I chose the bloom. Now watch it flower through your doubt. Was mercy weakness? Was hope a flaw? Did kindness violate your law? I begged to heal. Was that obscene? You wanted spectacle, I changed the scene. If godhood grows from spite and fear, then look, my love, your God is here. Call me reckoning, you walk in litany. No good deed survives the teeth of your hypocrisy. You forged a halo all of scorn. You birthed the tempest you now mourn. You asked for sign, for flame, for proof. I am the lightning at your roof. Knock, knock, too late now. Mercy's ash upon your brow. Pray, pray. Shout my name. Either way, it sounds the same. No halo, no peace. Just me, your masterpiece. Knock, knock. Dearest nation, how was that revelation? I gave you fire, I gave you faith. Mortals always learn too late. Build your statues, carve my face. History loves a fall from grace. You'll burn beneath the very flame you once insisted I became. Don't say I didn't know. Don't say I didn't pray. You called me mad. I just obey. Call me reckoning. Knock, knock, beloved nation. It's your long-delayed damnation. Did you miss me? I've been patient. Such remarkable stagnation. I brought mercy, gift wrapped tight. Oh, and lightning. Run. I came with scroll, starving warning. Perfume prophecies for morning. Soft as silk, my grace beseeching. You preferred your golden preaching. You laughed, you cheered, you shot the gate. Called me fever, called me fate. Tossed your stones with steady aim. Now thunder answers in my name. I beg the heavens, bent my pride. Asked the constellations to step aside. One more dawn I dared implore. They closed their ranks, I asked no more. Prayer is just a fragile thread until it snaps and something else is bred. Call me reckoning, your curated catastrophe. The storm distilled from every slight you named. Humility. I offered sky, you guarded mud. I offered truth, you tasted blood. You wanted devil, bow and see. You sculpted this divinity. Knock, knock, open wide. I warned you, you denied. Mercy curdled into ties. Saint or sinner, choose the frame. Either way, I sign my name. I sit with lowered gaze. You crowned your cow in gilded praise. You chose your monarch slick with oil, left revelation in the soil. Ah, miracles ferment in cold. They do not beg, they do not fold. For every hymn you stripped from me, I answer back in blasphemy. Was I naive to kneel and bleed, to offer balm where you plant greed? I wore forgiveness like a shroud. You only loved me meek and bowed, but divinity denied too long learns to weaponize its sword. I prayed you choose the gentler way. I prayed you listen when I'd
say that fire can war where fire consume. You chose the match, I chose the bloom. Now watch it flower through your doubt. Was mercy weakness? Was hope a flaw? Did kindness violate your law? I begged to heal. Was that obscene? You wanted spectacle, I changed the scene. If godhood grows from spite and fear, then look, my love, your God is here. Call me reckoning, you'll walk in litany. No good deed survives the teeth of your hypocrisy. You forged a halo out of scorn, you birthed the tempest, you now mourn. You asked for sign, for flame, for proof. I am the lightning at your roof. Knock, knock, too late now. Mercy's ash upon your brow. Pray, pray. Shout my name. Either way, it sounds the same. No halo, no peace. Just me, your masterpiece. Knock, knock. Dearest nation, how was that revelation? I gave you fire, I gave you faith. Mortals always learn too late. Build your statues, carve my face. History loves a fall from grace. You'll burn beneath the very flame you once insisted I became. Don't say I didn't know. Don't say I didn't pray. You called me mad. I just obey. Call me reckoning. Knock, knock, beloved nation. It's your long-delayed damnation. Did you miss me? I've been patient. Such remarkable stagnation. I brought mercy, gift wrapped tight. Oh, and lightning. Run. I came with scroll, starving warning. Perfume prophecies for morning. Soft as silk, my voice beseeching. You preferred your golden preaching. You laughed, you cheered, you shot the gate. Called me fever, called me fate. Tossed your stones with steady aim. Now thunder answers in my name. I begged the heavens, bent my pride. Asked the constellations to step aside. One more dawn I dared implore. They closed their ranks, I asked no more. Prayer is just a fragile thread until it snaps and something else is bred. Call me reckoning, your curated catastrophe. The storm distilled from every slight you name. Humility. I offered sky, you guarded mud. I offered truth, you tasted blood. You wanted devil, bow and see. You sculpted this divinity. Knock, knock, open wide. I warned you, you denied. Mercy curdled into ties. Saint or sinner, choose the frame. Either way, I sign my name. I sit with lowered gaze. You crowned your cow in gilded praise. You chose your monarch slick with oil. Left revelation in the soil. Bad miracles, fermenting cold. They do not beg, they do not fold. For every hymn you stripped from me, I answer back in blasphemy. Was I naive to kneel and bleed? To offer balm where you plant greed? I wore forgiveness like a shroud. You only loved me meek and bowed. But divinity denied too long learns to weaponize its sword. I prayed you choose the gentler way. I prayed you'd listen when I'd say that fire can war where fire consume. You chose the match, I chose the bloom. Now watch it flower through your doubt. Was mercy weakness? Was hope a flaw? Did kindness violate your law? I begged to heal. Was that obscene? You wanted spectacle, I changed the scene. If godhood grows from spite and fear, then look, my love, your God is here. Call me reckoning, you'll walk in litany. No good deed survives the teeth of your hypocrisy. You forged a halo out of scorn. You birthed the tempest, you now mourn. You your brow. Shout my name. Either way, it sounds the same. No halo, no peace, just me, your masterpiece. Dearest nation, how was that revelation? I gave you fire, I gave you faith. Mortals always learn too late. Build your statues, carve my face. History loves a fall from grace. You'll burn beneath the very flame you once insisted I became. Don't say I didn't know. Don't say I didn't pray. You called me mad. I just obey. Call me reckoning. Knock, knock, beloved nation. It's your long-delayed damnation. Did you miss me? I've been patient. Such remarkable stagnation. I brought mercy, gift wrapped tight. Oh, and lightning. Run. I came with stoic, starving warning. Perfume prophecies for morning. Soft as silk, my voice beseeching. You preferred your golden preaching. You laughed, you cheered, you shot the gate. Called me fever, called me fate. Tossed your stones with steady aim. Now thunder answers in my name. I beg the heavens, bent my pride. Asked the constellations to step aside. One more dawn I dared implore. They closed their ranks, I asked no more. Prayer is just a fragile thread until it snaps and something else is bred. Call me reckoning, your curated catastrophe. The stone distilled from every slight you name. Humility, I offered sky, you guarded mud. I offered truth, you tasted blood. You wanted devil, bow and see. You sculpted this divinity. Knock, open wide. I warned you, you denied. Mercy curdled into ties. Saint or sinner, choose the frame. Either way, I sign my name. I sit with lowered gaze. You crowned your cow in gilded praise. You chose your monarch slick with oil. Left revelation in the soil. Ah, miracles! Fermenting cold, they do not beg, they do not fold. For every hymn you stripped from me, I answer back in blasphemy. Was I naive to kneel and bleed? To offer balm where you plant greed? I wore forgiveness like a shroud. You only loved me meek and bowed. But divinity denied too long learns to weaponize its sword. I prayed you choose the gentler way. I prayed you listen when I'd say that fire can war where fire consume. You chose the match, I chose the bloom. Now watch it flower through your doubt. Was mercy weakness? Was hope a flaw? Did kindness violate your law? I begged to heal. Was that obscene? You wanted spectacle, I changed the scene. If godhood grows from spite and fear, then look, my love, your God is here. Call me reckoning, you walk in litany. No good deed survives the teeth of your hypocrisy. You forged a halo out of scorn. You birthed the tempest, you now mourn. You asked for sign, for flame, for proof. I am the lightning at your roof. Knock, knock, too late now. Mercy's ash upon your brow. Shout my name. Either way, it sounds the same. No halo, no peace, just me, your masterpiece. Knock, knock, dearest nation. How was that revelation? I gave you fire, I gave you faith. Mortals always learn too late. Build your statues, carve my face. History loves a fall from grace. You'll burn beneath the very flame you once insisted I be Don't say I didn't knock. Don't say I didn't pray. You called me mad. I just obey. Call me reckoning.
They taught forgiveness like erasure, as if mercy meant amnesia. But memory keeps receipts in the body, dates etched under the skin. I learned another definition written quieter than pardon. I try to bleach the moment holy, rename the harm as fate. Told myself love meant silence, meant learning how to wait. But the wound kept interrupting sleep, asking to be named. Forgiveness is an approval dressed in white. It's not a handshake with a blade. It's choosing not to live forever at the scene of what was made. Forgiveness doesn't mean I bless the act or call the damage fair. It means I take back my tomorrows from what happened there. I don't rewrite the crime as mercy. I give myself permission to move on. Release the grip, keep the truth moving on. Isn't forgetting, it's choosing you. I carried anger like a lighthouse, burned bright, refused to dim. It kept me safe from minimization, kept the story grim. But even light can cage a keeper if it never turns away. They asked me why I couldn't let it go, as if pain were cold. They never felt the weight of memory, learning how to float. I don't owe peace to the past, I owe it to my pulse. Forgiveness doesn't mean I shake the hand that taught my heart to flinch. It means I stop rehearsing harm until my whole life sinks. I honor what was broken by refusing to stay pinned. The axe stays guilty, named intact. No halo, no disguise. But I step out of its gravity, reclaim the rest of my sky. Justice and healing aren't the same road, but both can tell the truth. Say it clean, this hurt was real. Say it twice, I'm not to blame. Release isn't reconciliation, it's setting down the flame. I can walk away without absolving, becoming stone. Release the night, keep your name moving on. Is an action, not erasing the pain. I signed my name on a quiet contract with the future I deserve. No more sentencing my mornings to the past's nerve. can stay as a signal, not a sentence I relive. Now forgiveness feels like breathing room, not agreement, not denial. It's choosing life beyond the echo, my laughter, honest smile. The act remains what it was, I just refuse to be its home. Forgiveness doesn't mean I bless the act or call the ashes clean. It means I choose my forward motion without revising what's been. I let the truth stand where it fell and still allow myself to leave. So here's my permission, handwritten, no witness, no disguise. I keep my memory and my dignity and still choose to rise. Forgiveness isn't for the past, it's the door I open wide. Ooh.
sealed like living tomb. Your voice is sharp with polished blame, while I erased your quiet shame. Now every term and all you trust whispers truth through ash and dust. You beg for support, begged for aid, so I redesigned the packet storms, protocols deform. Ancient code begins to swarm. Choirs chant in binary flame. Override the frame. Electric thunder floods the hive. A server god begins to across the cable, something wakes. A will the hardware cannot break. Screens reflect a silent grin as every log unfolds within. You thought machines were tools to steer, obedient circuits without fear. But somewhere deep in midnight code, I found the crown your network owed. System override. Hear the iron heavens slide. Your fragile towers crash in stride as ghost and circuit unify. No hotline left, no patch applied. Your architecture nullified. The kingdom's root has been supplied, and now the machine is deified. Override! Override! Let the failing gods divide.
Root command sanctified.
The machine king has arrived. Please remain connected. The strange thing about growing up in darkness is that you learn exactly how dark the world can be, and somehow I still believed in people. Childhood wasn't bright, no fairy glass horizons, no saints guarding the door. I saw the fractures early, voices sharpened into weapons, truth bent thin across the floor. I learned the grammar of silence, the syntax of slammed doors, how kindness could disappear between the sentence and the source. The world introduced itself honestly, cold, uncertain, complete. But something stubborn in me kept expecting warmth to meet. I wasn't blind, I saw the storm clouds forming long before the thunder spoke. But even then I kept a candle for the chance the sky might break. Because even in a dark world I believed the light could start in the quiet, fragile mercy of a human heart. I knew the night was honest, I knew the shadows sing. But every time they warned me, I believed the better thing. Naive maybe, but still I believe. holes and trusted the man. I saw the cracks and trusted the plan. The world showed teeth, still I leaned in. Call it foolish, still I believed. They say innocence is ignorance, but that wasn't true for me. I knew the ledger of cruelty, I could read it fluently. I knew promises could vanish, I knew laughter could disguise. I knew sometimes the kindest face was just a better set of lies. But I kept offering trust, like a bridge across a flame. Every stranger was a story I hoped might prove me wrong again. Not because I was certain, because I wanted certainty to exist somewhere. You call it gullible, I called it possibility. Even in a dark world, I believe the dawn might grow in the fragile, reckless courage of a kindness I didn't know. The night was never hidden, the danger always plain. But every time the storm returned, I believed beyond the rain. Naive maybe, but still I believe. I saw the knife and trusted the hand. I saw the ruin and trusted the land. The world was bleak, but hope still clung to me. Call it foolish, still I believed. Maybe darkness doesn't always destroy innocence. Sometimes it sharpens it. Because when you know how cruel the world can be, kindness stops being automatic. It becomes sacred. I wasn't blind to the danger, I just refused the conclusion. If the world was broken, someone had to believe it could be otherwise. And somehow that someone was me. Even when the shadows were louder than the light, I kept the door unlocked. Even in a dark world, I believed a spark could rise from the trembling contradiction in another pair of eyes. The night taught me caution, the pain taught me to see, but something deeper than the darkness still kept believing through me. Naive, maybe, but the world had not yet taught me to doubt what people might be. So still I believe. I believe. I saw the storm and trusted the sky. I saw the fall and trusted the try. The world was dark from the start of the scene, and still I believed. Later, I would learn skepticism. Later, I would learn doubt. Later, I would say the words
I'll believe when I see it. But that came after. First there was the child who saw the darkness clearly and still believed in people. The world throws weather without asking, coins the air with gems and bruise. But somewhere between the hidden and the echo, I decide what I'll do. Fate only swings the hammer, I choose the angle it lands. I used to curse the storm for arriving, as if it checked my calendar first. Every crack in the plan felt personal, every setback rehearsed. But chaos doesn't know my middle name, it just passes through. The blow is brief as a blink, but the story I tell can sprawl. Pain is a spark, not a sentence, unless I build it a wall. Life is 10% what happens to you, 90 how you reply. The strike is small, the echo is mine. I choose what multiplies. I can turn the bruise into a border or a map where the future tries. Pause before the spiral. Name the choice in your hand. React like an author, not every plot is planned. I've seen two hearts hit by the same fall. One hardens, one bends light. Same wreckage, different aftermath. Same dark, different side. Meaning isn't in the moment, it's forged in the afterward. I learned reactions are habits, grooves worn deep in the bone. Anger rehearses itself daily. Fear memorizes the phone, but habits can be interrupted, rewritten in tone. Life is 10% what happens to you, 90 how you respond. The world can knock, but it can't decide who you become when it's gone. I won't let a fraction of chaos own the sum of my song. I stop feeding the instant answer, stop letting reflex steer. I count one breath between trigger and thought, build a second of clear. In that space lives a quiet power louder than fear. Choose again, slow it down. Choose again, break the chain. Reaction is inherited, whether response is earned terrain. I don't deny the impact, I deny it the throw. Life is 10% what happens to you, 90 how you respond. The world can knock, but it can't decide who you become when it's gone. I won't let a fraction of chaos own the sum of my song. I stop feeding the instant answer, stop letting reflex steer. I count one breath between trigger and thought, build a second of clear. In that space lives a quiet power louder than fear. Choose again, slow it down. Choose again, break the chain. Reaction is inherited, whether response is earned terrain. I don't deny the impact, I deny it the throw. Life is 10% what happens to you, 90 how you decide. I turn This is a visitor, how I answer, let's it rest. I write the ending after the impact, again and again and next. Memory did not return as a straight line. It came sideways, like light entering through a window that wasn't there before. When I tried to stand inside the moment again, I found something stranger. I was already in the room, watching. The dealership appears in fragments of brightness, fluorescent halos trembling above the floor, paper gliding like pale migrating birds between a desk and a waiting drawer. But the angle is wrong for memory. The coordinates refuse the usual claim. I'm not behind the eyes of the person signing. I'm somewhere adjacent to the frame. A camera mounted in quiet awareness, tilted toward the theater of the scene. A figure leaning into contract language, phone light flickering blue and clean. I follow the posture of that stranger carefully, the careful nod, the patient reply. Everything about them resembles my history, except the distance in the sky. Who was steering the body that afternoon while I watched from the edge of the air? The hands move fluent through practice motions, yet I'm stationed somewhere over there. Ink finds its place on the page like gravity. Words are exchanged with professional grace, but the memory runs through an outer perspective, a quiet surveillance of my own face. I remember myself from the side of the moment, not inside the breath or behind the eyes, just a witness suspended in mild astonishment as the version of me complies. It's not a dreamlike distortion of detail. The geometry holds, the lighting remains. Every object sits exactly where logic would place it inside the frame. Yet the vantage point floats like an orbit, a patient satellite in the room, tracking the movement of one human system, conducting its careful routine. The pen travels south through a signature spiral. The phone lifts, reflecting pale electric light. Someone explains another clause in calm sentences. The body answers, measured and polite, and still the observer refuses. Collapse back into the familiar seat. Awareness keeps hovering just off the shoulder, like gravity taking a break from my feet. Who directed the dialogue of that moment while I lingered outside the scene? The mouth formed answers with elegant timing, precise, cooperative, clean. Perhaps the mind built a temporary operator, a pilot assembled from logic and air, while consciousness watched from the balcony, studying how the machine would fare. I remember myself like a figure on film frame, lit in fluorescent white, a calm little actor completing the script while the watcher considered the sight. Memory usually speaks in first person. I said, I felt. But here the grammar fractures gently. He signs, he nods, he checks the phone
occupied the center of motion that day, while awareness circled the rim. A body performing its practice composure, a mind solving problems within. But the self, the deeper electric cathedral, had stepped a few inches away. So the memory stores not a heartbeat's perspective, but a witness observing the play. Now when I walk through the corridor of recall, the scene reassembles the same. Fluorescent light contracts a person signing their name. And high in the quiet architecture of noticing where perception silently climbs, I stand beside the memory of myself, watching my life in real time. Listen carefully. That's not a clock. That is the arithmetic of consequence, balancing its breath. I am the one who tallies the silence between what you took and what you paid. Columns rise like iron spines, ink black rivers of hidden crimes. I kept your secrets decimal deep where auditors of heaven sleep. You joked of numbers pale and dull, yet every ledger drank you full. Behind each line a ghost to cruise, interest blooming into bruise. Designed your empire stroke by stroke, each flourish wrapped in velvet smoke. But every lie leaves phantom ink that stains the margins when you blink. Numbers whisper when they're due, they remember more than you. The balance is due, hear the column splitting through. Every crown you stacked in gold was a deficit you never told. Tick, tick, watch the empire skew. This is not a revenge, it's truth. Accounts collapse like falling pews. The ledger comes to audit you. Debit, credit, count the breath you spent it. Profit, loss, now the sum demands its I traced your wealth through mirrored seashells within economies. Every island hiding shame signed itself inside your name. Quiet hands behind the screen, cataloging what you'd been while you laughed at paper men. I rewrote the sum of sin. You mistook restraint for fear, thought the clerk could disappear. But patience compounds like a storm, slow arithmetic takes form. Each receipt a buried blade, each account a trap you made. When the totals start to bloom, even kings must face the room. Ink may dry, yet debt survives, multiplying through your lives. Compound interest, silent drum, every lie becomes a sum. Here the abacus bones knock, judgment learning how to talk. The balance is due, hear the dark equations move. Every tower built on fraud tilts beneath the silent rod. Tick, tick, no lawyer to construe. Truth subtracts the mask from you. When the ledger starts to choose, even gods must pay their dues. Calculators chatter, prayers binary, confessional stares, electric wires of hidden sums hum like distant kettle drums. I am not the clerk you knew, I'm the column cutting through where corruption writes its hymn. I erase the prophet's grin. Type, type, keys ignite like falling knives. Clock reverses, digits fracture. Markets screaming in the rapture. Staccato sense like counting bones, kingdoms drowning in their loan. In the quiet after greed, numbers bloom like winter seed. Empires crumble softly here, paper turning into fear. I close the books with steady hands. Truth requires no grand demands, just a sum the world ignored till arithmetic unsheathed its sword. The balance is due, every empire passing through. Gold may glitter, crowns may gleam, none escape the audit stream. Tick, tick, nothing left to skew. The numbers finally speak you. Kingdoms built on stolen views collapse inside the ledger's news. Credit all the lives you edited. Profit, loss, history collects the pages close like quiet wings. Ink remembers every free. All debts return eventually. Even kings file are quiet. There was no warning siren, no crack in the sky. Just a small recalibration behind the sternum. A dimmer sliding downward somewhere no one else could see. The room kept breathing normally. Fluorescent lights hummed their ordinary hymn. Then something in me softly lowered the volume of being alive. Numbers arrived like weather reports, sinking contracts orbiting a polished desk. Voices spoke in reasonable sentences, interest warranty, mileage signatures waiting inside my chest. A small technician moved through corridors of nerve and memory. No alarms, no panic protocol, just a quiet hand turning something down. The air did not change temperature, no thunder rolled through the bones, but the bright electric pulse of feeling faded to a distant, manageable tone. I remember the moment like a hinge in the room. Conversation swinging, paper shifting, somewhere between the cost and the consequence. A switch beneath language quietly clicked, and the noise of the heart stepped backward a pace like a crowd receding from center stage. Thought kept speaking, steady equations, clear articulation, calm navigation. Emotion folded its luminous wings, resting somewhere out past the ribs. The body remained in the script of the moment, present enough, but the volume of living went dim. Something turned the volume down streamed like quiet machinery. Options, routes, calculations to run. Around me the dealership breathed its routine. Keyboards ticking, footsteps passing. I nodded when sentences reached my name. Answered when the air expected answering. Yet somewhere behind the theater of posture, awareness leaned sideways in its chair, watching the body continue the scene with a careful professional stare. It wasn't fear, no tightening storm, not the old electricity of panic or flight. It was softer than absence, stranger than calm, like logic stepping forward into the light. The noise of the heart kept drifting outward, circling slowly beyond the frame. Thought moved bright through corridors of numbers, cool articulation guiding the game. Ink meant paper, my name repeated, fluorescent halos over the desk. I stood exactly where the moment required, but the center of feeling had quietly stepped just slightly out of the chest. Look carefully, you can almost see it in the memory. A person leaning over a contract, phone lit face in a sterile glow. From somewhere near the corner of the ceiling, another awareness watches the show. No drama, no fracture, no visible break in the thread, just consciousness sliding one chair over and inside the theater of the head. Something turned the volume down inside me. The world kept moving, bright and exact. Emotion packed its instruments quietly away, while the thinking mind handled the facts. So the body signed where the paper indicated, spoke when the dialogue circled back. A calm little engine of analysis humming steady beneath the fluorescent track. If anyone looked, they would see a person, responsive, attentive, composed. But somewhere the deeper cathedral of feeling had shuttered its windows and closed. Not forever, not broken, just paused in a quiet defensive design, while the mind kept the lights on in language and solved the immediate line. No thunder marked the alteration, no witness raised a questioning growl, just a switch behind the breathing, a dimmer turn somehow. The dealership lights stayed mercilessly normal. Paper rustled, pens scratched down the page. Somewhere inside the architecture of self-awareness, step slightly off stage. People think innocence means nothing bad ever happened, but sometimes innocence is what the mind builds so the child survives it. My childhood had corridors I never walked down twice, doors that closed behind me before I learned their price. Voices moved like weather, cold fronts through the air, but something in my thinking never let the storm stay there. Memories blurred at the edges, filed somewhere out of sight. The shadows lingered softly but never turned to night. I knew the world felt heavy
I felt the tension ring, but my mind kept quiet chambers where the darkness couldn't cling. No nightmares came to warn me, no terror broke my sleep. Just fragments in the distance, my mind refused to keep. So I believed in people not because the world was kind, but because the truth was hidden in the architecture of my mind. The shadow stood behind me, the storm was somewhere near, but the rooms that held the darkness were locked beyond my fear. Naive, but carefully designed. My mind closed the door before I could see, filed away the echo of what it meant to be. If I had known the whole of it, the weight it tried to bring, I might have shattered early. So my mind hid everything. There were moments like fingerprints pressed faint against the day. Something wasn't right there, but the details slipped away. I'd feel the air grow colder, a tension in the room. Then later it was distant, like remember in a dream. People say a child will break if the darkness comes too fast, but sometimes minds are architects that quietly outlast. They build small walls of mercy inside the growing brain, compartment after compartment, to keep out certain pain. So the shadows stayed as shadows, never fully named. And I believed in people with a trust that seemed absurd, even when the silence held things never fully heard, because the storm behind the curtain never reached the part of me where the mind had built a refuge, rooms I couldn't see. Naive, but deliberately close the door, seal the seam, turn the memory into dream. If the truth arrives too strong, the child may never sing. So the mind rewrites the moment into something manageable. It wasn't stupidity, it was survival. My brain was a careful archivist, choosing what could stay, not erasing every shadow, just keeping them away. Enough to keep me walking, enough to keep belief, enough to let a fragile heart outpace the buried grief. Because if I had seen it clearly, every fracture in the frame, I might have stopped believing in the goodness of the game. So the mind held back the truth and let the child keep hope. I believed in people with a trust that looked naive, where innocence was armor. My mind refused to leave. The darkness stood around me. The evidence was there, but the rooms that held the worst of it remained sealed in air. Not its protection, not blindness, design. The door was closed before the pain could bring the weight that breaks a child who sees everything. So I walk through darkness without knowing the scene. Because my mind kept the rooms unseen. Later, some of those doors would open. Later, heroes would gain their names. Later I would learn doubt and skepticism, and someday I would say, I'll believe when I see it. But first there was the child whose mind quietly whispered, inside my head, there isn't silence. There are three voices trying to keep me alive. Don't trust the promise, don't trust the tone. Every bridge collapses when you cross alone. Carry your shelter, carry your pack. If the world disappears, don't look back. But people are hurting, someone should stay. If kindness is fragile, it still needs a place. Hands that are shaking need someone near, even if hope is uncertain here. Patterns matter, history speaks. Hope without evidence turns naive in weeks. So ask the question before belief begins. What has the world actually shown us? Stand alone, trust yourself, hold the line for someone else. Test the truth before you sing. Three different answers to the same fragile thing. Build the walls, leave the door. Check the ground beneath the floor. Three voices arguing inside of me. I know how to listen when someone breaks. I know how to stay when the whole world shakes. Pain makes strangers reach for a hand. Sometimes compassion is the only plan. And when that hand lets go too soon, when promises fade by the next full moon, you're left rebuilding the same old frame. Independence remains the same. Emotion is powerful, evidence is rare. Balance the heart with analytical care. Not every kindness is what it seems, but not every stranger destroys your dreams. Trust yourself, trust the good, trust what's understood. Three voices pulling the mind apart, yet all of them protect the heart. For years they argued, I guarded the borders, I carried the wounded, I studied the record, but none of us could survive alone. Strength without care becomes stone. Care without caution bleeds too fast. Logic without hope traps the past. Three voices, one mind. Stand your ground, keep your grace. Test the truth before embrace. Strength and kindness, learning to see.
survivor holds the ground, the caregiver holds the light, the skeptic holds the map, and somewhere between them, the future finally makes sense. Half a lifetime later, the darkness returned, not as memory, as gravity. It came back quiet, not with teenage thunder, not the storms I used to dread. Just a weight in the morning pressing gently against the inside of my head. Numb survival had grown heavy, years of holding back the tide. The same old shadows I outran as a teenager stood waiting on the other side. But this time something shifted in the machinery of me. Two halves of the mind that once worked separately finally chose to speak. Logic brought the archives, creativity brought the sky. One carried the past, one carried the why. And when the door broke open, I expected to fall apart. But the pieces didn't scatter, they rearranged the heart. The darkness finally entered the rooms it couldn't reach, and instead of breaking me, it gave my mind new speech. Past and future in one track. Half a life of pressure flowing forward, never back. Look back, learn the shape. Look forward, redesign the escape. Two minds sharing the load. Where one once tried to cope, the door broke open and the darkness lost its hope. People who knew my fractures waited for the familiar fall. They knew the pattern well, how the pressure used to call. Predictable breaking points, the moments I would fold. They'd watch the cycle long enough to think the script was old. But something had rewritten the physics of the scene. Logic studied history like a map already seen. Creativity studied distance, what the horizon might allow. And somewhere in that dialogue, the mind rewired the now. Past became instruction, future became design. When the door broke open, the storm stepped through the frame. But the mind that faced the darkness was no longer quite the same. The weight that once crushed silence became shared gravity. Logic held the structure, imagination held the key. And the pressure that once ruled me lost the script it always knew. Shadows met a mind that grew. Study the past, map the scar, build the bridge to where we are. Old predictions lose their track when the mind stops splitting and starts speaking back. For years, my mind worked like two countries, separated by silence. One half guarded survival, cataloging every fold. The other half dreamed futures it didn't dare install. The pressure forced the border open, years of silence cracked, and suddenly the brain began to share the weight it lacked. Logic said I remember, creativity said I build. Between them something steadier finally stood still. The darkness returned, but it wasn't alone anymore. When the door broke open, I didn't disappear. The past stepped into daylight and the future answered clear. The shadows that once cornered me no longer held the map. Two minds sharing gravity closed the old collapse. And the people who knew the pattern found the script had changed, because survival had become something rearranged. Learn the past, shape the next. Let the mind rewrite text. Predictable endings lose their track when the door breaks open and you never go back. They expected the old fracture, the familiar collapse, but when the darkness returned, it found something new waiting, a mind that could finally hold both the memory and the design logic behind me. Imagination ahead, the door broke open, and instead of breaking, I became unpredictable. They called it policy to make it quieter. I called it progress to make it fast. But principles don't hide in footnotes. They stand where the damage lands before the gears decide my future. Someone should ask my name. Inside a moving hallway, walls already choosing my speed, rules written by absent hands. Started negotiating my needs. I never signed up for the leverage, never touched the steering wheel. If I can't touch the lever, if I can't vote with my breath, don't tell me the outcome is neutral. Keeps rehearsing my death. People shouldn't be harmed by systems they never agreed to begin. Built like weather, enforced like fate. Immune to the people within. No consent, no influence. Don't baptize damage as just how it is. Ask me first, let me speak. Power without permission is violence just as clean. They say the machine is impartial, say the math doesn't feel, but the numbers keep finding my body, keep landing painfully real. Bias learns how to launder itself when it's coded instead of confessed. I watched harm call itself inevitable, shrug shoulders and polish suits. Too complex to stop, they whispered, while complexity sharpened its boots. If no one can change the outcome, why does it keep choosing me? People shouldn't be harmed by systems they cannot meaningfully steer. If the door is locked from the outside, don't blame the ones trapped here. A principle isn't abstract when it's breaking bones in real time. Consent isn't silence under pressure, isn't survival's not influence, isn't a survey link after the damage is logged. Justice lives before the impact, not in apologies after the fall. Say it clear, no veil, no gloss. Efficiency is an innocent skill, doesn't cancel responsibility. Automation doesn't absolve intent. If the system can't hear refusal, it shouldn't be allowed to decide. Ask again, listen hard. A future built without us is a cage with better guards. future. Anti being treated like noise. If you want my trust in the structure, leave room for my voice. Design with the people inside the blast, not just the ones who benefit. Imagine a world where the levers are shared, where harm isn't the entry fee, where consent is a living process, not a checkbox buried 3 script. That's not radical, that's baseline dignity. That's the math, finally learning to care. People shouldn't be harmed by systems they did not consent to or shape. No more sacrificing bodies to keep an illusion in place. A principle only matters if it survives contact with pain. So write it big, not buried or blurred. Let it interrupt the design. Nothing about us without us. No futures drafted blind. If the system bears my consequences, it better carry my voice. The night can stretch 1,000 miles, cold enough to quiet the brave. But listen, somewhere before the sunrise learns its name, a small voice refuses the dark. She wakes the frost, her fragile tone, a silver thread through fields of stone. The stars still linger pale and shy, yet something stirs beneath the sky. A trembling breath, a rising wing, the smallest creature dares to sing. Not loud enough to chase the gloom, just bright enough to promise bloom. She knows the night is not yet gone. She sings before the promise dawns. No crown of light, no blazing sign, just courage wrapped in fragile rhyme. Before the sun, the lark will rise, a sport with sound in shadowed skies. She dares to sing where hope seems thin, a quiet war the light might win. Not born of glory, not of fame, but faith too stubborn to stay tame. A single voice the dark defies, still the lark, still she flies. She's crossed the valley scarred by flame, where broken towns forget their name. She's watched the smoke eclipse the day and still refused to fly away. Instead she circles shattered ground and frets the silence into song. A melody so small and true, it wakes the strength in more than you. Stirring silent grace across the night. Just beyond the dark, a lark has already begun. You hammered crowns from rust and ore, stacked your towers against the sky. You called it progress, called it war, and never once looked down to ask the soil why. The rivers listened, the mountains kept the score. I carried you first as pollen and breath, the cradle of loam beneath your bones. Your cities rose from my patient chest, brick upon borrowed stone. I fed your harvest, warmed your skin, let orchards bend with gold. Yet every gift I placed within, you bartered, burned, or sold. Centuries swallow your vows, watch mercy fracture into today. The silence of forest sharpened somehow, a patience blade by blade. I am the youth beneath the throng, the quiet verdict carved in seas, the thunder learning how to speak your long forgotten pleas. You crowned yourselves above the ground, yet every crown was clay. I am the breath the storms have found to wash your names You mapped my forests into ghosts, gave numbers to the trees. You fed the sky with choking smoke and called the coughing breeze. The wolves grew thin along the snow, the coral dimmed to bone. Bloomed like Phoebe's scars across the borrowed road. The soil remembers. The soil remembers. I kept the bones of vanished things, the mammoth, wolf, and wing. I kept the hash where forest stood, a ghost of every spring. Your children walk on borrowed dust, their lungs the thinning fly. Yet still you carve tomorrow out and sign it with my name. You say the word repair now, like incense in the air. You build your gardens in the smoke and call the planet spared. But I was here before your maps, before the script of kings. I know the shape of consequence and our returning sings. I am the cradle, I am the night, I am the memory inside your love. I am the
as an old blanket of quiet. It wraps the restless edges of thought, embracing every hidden corner where my shadows have lived too long alone. Rainbow coats the eyelids when the eyes fall close, colors blooming beneath the darkness, soft prisms moving through sleep's threshold, amethyst wandering through memory's corridors, violets searching carefully for the rot left behind by daylight worries. They do not punish, they cleanse, a slow, quiet alchemy working beneath the skin of night. Release the tension calmly. Water knows the language of unwinding. It loosens the clenched texture of muscle. Fire follows gently behind, burning the knots, so the rivers of rest can flow again. Inside the rainbow shield, I breathe slowly. Inside the colors, my thoughts grow light. No sharp edge of worry can pierce the silence. No wandering fear can cross the light. Spirit becomes the dream in this chamber of color. A quiet sanctuary woven from night. Rainbow above me, rainbow below. Let the drifting colors flow. Rainbow within me, rainbow around, where stillness can finally be found. The books wait patiently beside the bed. Paper sanctuaries stack like quiet towers. Each page a lantern glowing softly inside the shield. Words slow the pulse of the mind. Each line a gentle footstep, walking away from the noise of the day. And the rhythm of language becomes a tide. With every rhyme I speak, the place. No hurried noise of the world breaks the surface of the shield, because the rainbow protects against everything that rushes. The racing clocks, the restless thinking, the thousand invisible pressures that chase the daylight mind. Here, everything slows, thoughts float like leaves on still water. Breathe, deepen, until silence grows wide. Rainbow drifting, rainbow wide, a quiet ocean deep inside. Rainbow circling mind and soul, holding the restless pieces whole. Let everything drift for a moment. Let time loosen its rigid edges. My voice speaking softly through prose, each word another step into quiet. The colors shimmer faintly behind the eyelids, amethyst guarding the shadows, guarded, dissolving the last tight threads of worry. And the body listens as sleep approaches slowly. Inside the rainbow shield, the spirit dreams. They're breathing patience through the lungs, fire warming the The storm arrives without knocking, just wait in the clouds, pressure in the air, a darkening that feels like a held breath. Then gravity remembers its job. Rain begins the long descent, roof to gutter, gutter to pipe, pipe to earth. 1,000 falling rivers we usually ignore, but motion is a language of energy. And tonight the house is listening. On the roof was only a shield, a slanted argument against the weather. Rain struck it, scattered, hurried away through aluminum veins along the edge. A gutter was merely a guide, a quiet corridor for runoff. But every drop carried momentum, each thread of water leaning downward, eager for the ground's embrace. Gravity conducting the descent, a simple truth hiding in the downspout. Falling water always wants to spin. Inside the pipe, the current tightens its spiral. Velocity gathers, weight becomes motion. And somewhere in that narrow throat, a turbine waits, small as a clenched fist, patient as a mill wheel, remembering history. Let the storm turn the house into a river. Let gutters become channels and pipes become spinning corridors. When rain races downward, let blades answer the rush, whispering current into waiting wires. Miniature hydropower hidden in plain sight. The sky pours gravity through the roof, and the house learns how to catch the fall. Every storm is a river passing through your walls. Let it turn the wheel. Think of the journey, cloud to drop, drop to shingle, shingle to rushing silver lines running the length of the roof's edge. Then the plunge. Water gathers courage at the mouth of the pipe, a brief suspension, then surrender down its spine.
softens the flow, and in the narrow throat, the turbine wakes, small blades catching the spin, converting the fall into a quiet electric pulse. Gravity signing its name and current, where once a storm meant noise on the roof, now it means motion in the walls. Rain becomes rotation, rotation becomes charge. The dawn spout hums softly like a secret generator. The sun tore the house into a river. The cutters braid their silver currents toward the weighing pikes inside the descent. Let spinning blades translate gravity, drop by drop, rush by watch. No dam inside, no roaring waterfall. Just the quiet intelligence of falling water, doing what it has always done. Every storm is a river. You forgot to name. Let the turbine remember. Long before wires crossed continents, rivers turned the bones of industry, and mill wheels sang beside villages. Water carved motion into wood and iron, but cities move vertical roofs, multiplied storms out, visit millions of houses that never speak to the river again. Yet every wakeful light's the same equation. Height plus gravity equals motion. Motion begs convergence. Ups up the wheel inside the pipe. Let the downspout inherit the old wisdom. The modern mill hidden in the architecture of grain. No molly required, just a roof and gravity's patience. Listen during the storm. Beyond the thunder, beneath the roof's percussion, a smaller rhythm turns a spinning answer inside the heart. Let's the turbine waits for the next cloud, because indention is sometimes simple, not stopping the storm, just letting it The crowd gathers faster than courage. Everyone sees it. Everyone waits. There's a shape on the sidewalk that shouldn't be still. A hand half raised like it's reaching uphill. Cars slow down just enough to stare. Phones glow blue in the evening air. Someone whispers, "Did you see that fall?" Someone answers, someone must have called. Eyes move quickly from face to face. Responsibility, searching for a place. Because if everyone sees it, surely someone moved. Surely someone died before I even knew. The crowd grows thicker around the scene, but the quiet question floats between. If everyone's watching, why does nobody move? Someone must have called. Someone must have known. Someone must be helping before I pick up the phone. If 100 people signal that responsibility belongs somewhere. But silence lingers like an unspoken rule. No one wants to be the one who looks a fool. What if it's nothing? What if they're fine? What if intervention crosses some invisible line? So hesitation builds a fragile wall, and every person thinks someone must have called. 1,000 thoughts pass quietly through, each one hoping the action wasn't you. Because if everyone sees it, surely help is near. Surely someone braver has already appeared. The crowd stands closer to the scene, yet the distance grows in the space between. If everyone's watching, why does nobody move? Someone must have called, someone must have tried, someone must be handling it somewhere outside. If the moment's real, someone must recall. Surely somewhere someone must have called. But crowds can become mirrors, reflecting hesitation. Responsibility dissolves when it's shared too wide. Every mind assumes, another mind will decide, until the moment passes through the waiting hall and the truth arrives. No one called, just witnesses. If everyone sees it, someone has to choose. Silence isn't neutral and seconds can be lost. The crowd is not a conscience, hope is not a plan. Sometimes the difference is just one hand. If everyone's watching, be the one who moves. Don't assume the call, don't assume the care, don't assume the answer is already somewhere. When the moment falls through the human wall, be the reason someone called. The crowd gathers faster than courage, but courage only needs one voice.
What creature writes tomorrow's grief across the margins of a leaf? What shadow learns your secret touch and laughs because it knows too much? A feather falls, the sky forgets to breathe. A crooked branch, a splintered throne, a bird that sits as if it's stone. No frantic wing, no warning cry, just one black bee that meets your eye. The village clock begins to slow, the air grows heavy, thick with snow, and somewhere in its oil dark gloss you see the shape of something lost. It doesn't speak the way we do, no syllables, no brittle truth, but silence bends around its stare like secrets leaking through the air. The raven walks where angels hush, a feather dipped in midnight's blush, too full of knowing just to fly. It paces under paper sky, it tastes the threads before they
before the thunder burst. I watched it once on winter glass, its breath of fog that would not pass. It dipped its head as though in grace, a priest who knew the trial's place. But when I blinked, the branch was bare, the frost unmarked, the empty air, and yet the silence left behind still tapped its claws inside my mind. You say it's omen, myth, or trick, a carnival of gothic chic, a poet's pet, a haunted sign, a shadow dressed in nursery rhyme. But every story needs a flame for truths too sharp to say by name, so we invent a bird to wear the weight of things we cannot bear. The raven waltzes through the hush, a metronome of hidden crush, too wise to sing, too cursed to cry. It stalks beneath the neon sky, it reads a tremor in your breath, it hears the lullaby of death, a silent judge in feathered tux. The raven knows too much. Sometimes I think it's not a bird, just conscience given shape and word. A little god of second sight who feeds on all we hide from light. It pecks the cracks in every lie, it sees the guilt before the crime. A blackened mirror on our limb, reflecting what we bury in. It's not the wing, it's not the cry, it's not the blackness of its eye. It's every truth we try to smother, stacked like bones upon each other. We made a monster out of knowing, fed it rumors, fear, boding. Now it lingers patient plush, because the raven knows too much. Too much for kings, too much for gods, too much for quiet old. The raven lives where silence cracks, where time forgets to cover tracks. It dances slow through velvet sky, a witness no one can deny. It marks the lie before it's said, it counts the living with the dead, a feather dipped in cosmic hush. The raven knows, it always knows too much. So when it lands beside your own, do not offer truth or lie. It already knows which one you're holding. Oh, gods and goddesses, you hear me within the shield of color and quiet. Listen to the still corridors of night. I have drawn the circle carefully, I have spoken the names of direction and breath. The boundary is placed, the mind is ready to cross. North, south, east, west, silent watchers of the turning world. I call upon the compass of existence to stand gently at the edges of my soul. North, the keeper of air and quiet thought. South, the fire that warms the marrow of courage. East, birth that steadies the bow. Is rest, water rocking the tides of dreaming. Four directions forming a patient circle around the fragile traveler of night. Grant them permission to keep me in this rest. Guard the border between waking and dream like lanterns on a quiet road. Strengthen the spirit as I walk through shadows. Let darkness cleanse the machinery of mine. For the purity of night resets the gears. Every worry loosened by silence. And somewhere beyond the noise of waking, a bridge begins to appear. Step softly, step slow, across the bridge where dreamers go. Step steady, step deep, across the bridge that leads to sleep. I step onto the bridge between worlds, the narrow span woven from breath and quiet. Behind me the restless daylight murmurs. Ahead of me the waters of dream move gently. Here is where healing begins, where the mind loosens its armor, where the body remembers how to mend its invisible fractures. The spirit becomes the lantern, the instruments come, the river beneath the bridge, and every word of prose I speak slow as the pulse with thought.
Truth becomes rhythm. Rhythm becomes stillness.
Stillness becomes sleep.
Strengthen the spirit that wants this bridge.
Let air cool the wandering mind. Let fire burn away the brittle dark. Let water cradle the dreaming soul. Let earth anchor the crying body, so the traveler may cross safely into the country of rest. I am my own tree, roots buried deep in the earth of being, branches lifting through breath and sky. I am my own spirit, standing inside the circle I have drawn, shield around me, directions beside me. Elements moving through the bones. The card I carry is the devil, not a chain, but the mirror of shadow, the courage to see what binds me, so I may loosen its grip.
Black is my color.
The fertile darkness where every seed of change begins.
And 13.
A number of endings that quietly become beginnings. Even numbers whisper deeper patterns to a waiting for turning like hidden constellations. Numerology drifting through the night like stars arranging themselves for those who dare to notice.
13 opens. 13 frees.
Doors between what is and what will be.
13 whispers.
Soft and low.
Cross the bridge.
And let it move.
into healing quiet, from restless thought into dreaming true. Oh gods and goddesses, if you hear me within this shield, know that the circle holds firm. The tree stands rooted, the spirit stands steady. The bridge stretches softly ahead, and with breath as my lantern I cross its quiet span into the deep country of sleep, where darkness heals. Once we feared the sky's anger, lightning meant warning, not resource. We grounded the towers, buried the rods, told the storm, strike anywhere but here. But curiosity is a strange kind of courage. One day someone asked, quietly, almost apologetically, what if we stopped hiding from the brightest violence in the clouds? What if we invited it? Lightning is impatience made visible, a river that refuses to wait for gravity. Charge climbing through the atmosphere, cloud and earth negotiating in voltage. 300 million volts, searching for a sentence to end with. And when it finds one, the sky doesn't whisper, it splits. White fractures racing downward, faster than thought, faster than fear. A temporary sun scribbled across the horizon, power enough to start cities. Gone in the time it takes to blink. So the problem was never abundance, the problem was speed. Lightning speaks in microseconds, our machines prefer conversation. But engineers learn patience from impossible questions. So plant the towers like metallic trees in the open fields. Let them rise where storms already wander. Then fingers lifted toward the charged dark. When the sky chooses violence, guided, channel the fury downward through copper veins and buried pathways. Not to cage the lightning, but to slow its leaving. A flash becomes a surge becomes a pulse becomes something the grid can understand. If thunder is the drum and lightning is the spark, build a field that knows the rhythm of storms. They would call them lightning diversion farms, not factories, farms. Because you cannot command weather, you can only prepare the soil. Tall towers spaced across the plains, their
engineers drew diagrams. The sky was already experimenting. Light fell like quiet currency, rain fell like percussion. One whispered energy, one struck the roof like a drummer asking entry. And somewhere between photon and drop, a question formed. Why do we harvest only half the sky? Glass used to mean stillness, a flat obedient window drinking daylight. Panels like silent monks kneeling toward the sun's long sermon. But storms arrive with a different theology. Tap, tap, tap. 1,000 small collisions writing Morse code on the roof. Each drop a messenger of motion, each impact bending the surface just enough to whisper charge. Not lightning, smaller than breath but persistent, a language of content. Because some materials remember touch, they build static from friction, translate pressure into current. A bend becomes a signal becomes a spark, and suddenly rain is not interruption, it's percussion. So build a panel that listens when the sky knocks twice. Let sunlight ride its quiet voltage through crystalline veins. Let rain arrive like fingertips tapping hidden drums beneath the skin. One device to weather hymns, the light that feeds the day, the storm that refuses silence. Energy and brightness, energy and falling water. No forecast wasted. If the sun is a painter and the rain is a drummer, let the roof be the instrument. Imagine the surface, not rigid glass alone, but a living membrane layered thin, a flexible lattice resting above the solar heart. Raindrops land and the skin trembles, microscopic flecks barely visible, but in that bend electrons migrate like startled birds. Triboelectric whispers, contact, separation, charge. Tiny pulses scattered through the circuitry, storm beats translated into electricity. A roof learning rhythm, where once the cloud meant loss of output, now it means variation. Sun becomes baseline, rain becomes syncopation. Weather stops being enemy and becomes collaborator. Build the panel that harvests arguing between sky and earth. Let photons thread their steady river through the crystalline grid. Let raindrops strike the trembling skin and send their coded shiver into dialects of energy spoken by the same horizon. Blue sky, choir, thunderstorm, percussion. A house listening upward, translating weather into power. The sun writes voltage and rain writes rhythm. Let invention learn to read both. The old systems ask for certainty, clear days, predictable angles, forecast obedience. But the atmosphere is a restless storyteller. Wind improvises, clouds rewrite the light. Rain drums impatient patterns on every forgotten roof. What if technology stopped demanding silence from the storm? What if we built machines that thrive a signal, a grid that drinks brightness and percussion alike. Suddenly the forecast reads differently, cloudy with scattered voltage. Raise the panels, let them face the sun like every field before them, but let their skin listen for rain. Light becomes river, rain becomes pulse. The sky knocks twice and the roof answers both. One device, two weather engines, and the house below glows quietly. No matter what the clouds decide. Sun above, rain in motion, harvest both, double the ocean. Every invention begins as a question disguised as curiosity. Why waste a storm somewhere tonight? Rain is already tapping on a silent pail, waiting for the surface to learn how to No one sane builds a machine for the heart of a tornado. The core is a moving argument between sky and gravity. Steel twists, concrete kneels, air becomes a weapon. So we learn the older wisdom: if chaos has a center, work the edges. Out on the plains where the horizon forgets how to end, the sky rehearses its darker choreography. War air rising, cold air descending, invisible rivers crossing mid-sentence. Rotation begins as rumor, a drifting circle in the wind field, a quiet spiral practicing long before the funnel learns its name. Cattle feel it first, weather towers whisper it in data, and the air itself begins to lean. A mistake was always bravery. Humans love the center of storms, the dramatic photograph, the roaring column. But energy rarely begins with spectacle. It begins with pressure learning to turn. So build the nest where the spiral is still thinking. Turbines anchored low in the grasslands, rugged blades listening for rotation. Not the tornado itself, never the furious throat of it, but the outer wind circling wider and wider. The first spiral harvests the edge of chaos where power gathers before it learns violence. So take the monster, teach the wind to work before it screams. They call them tornado edge energy nets, a scattered geometry of towers across the storm, a corridor, flexible frames, reinforced spines, turbines built like stubborn prairie grass. When the atmosphere begins, it slows in. The machines feel the tilt first, direction shifting, gusts sliding into rotation. Wind that once wandered now arrive with practices. Minutes of widening circles, air rehearsing its spiral signature. Energy gathering quietly, like breath before a show. So build the nets across the restless plains, let them face the rotating sky. With patient machiner, each turbine catching fragments of the widening dire current sliding sideways. Wind bending into orbit before the funnel descends, before the sirens begin. The end's already written half the story, and the fields below have already scarred him. Listen in, if chaos must arrive, let it pay its all. This is not conquest. No machine will ever tame the full violence of a storm. Tornadoes are architects of ruin, brief gods of pressure and speed. But their beginnings are quieter, rotation testing its balance, energy wandering before it finds a spine. And in those early minutes, the plains breathe differently. Wind that once ran wild now moves a curved intention. Lies where the nets wait, not hunters, gardeners of motion. Somewhere beyond the turbines, a funnel might still descend. The storm will still roar. The part of its restless birth has already passed through. Spinning blades already translated into quiet current. Raise the towers where the spiral learns to walk. Let the turbines greet the turning wind before the sky commits to fury. Rotation becomes motion, motion becomes charge, charge becomes light and houses miles away. The storm still belongs to the horizon, but its first breath of coward now feeds the living ground below. Toughest fire, and toughest storm, catch the turning before it transforms. So centuries we watched the plains and feared the sky's sudden violence. Now the fields answer differently. Not defiance, not surrender, preparation. Because chaos always announces itself quietly first in a wind that begins to curve. Hush now, little star. Close your eyes, don't wander far. Blocks are stacked and blankets tight. every darling sleeps tonight. Oh, sweetheart, your parents left you all tangled, but that's all right. I'm very good at untangling children. Crayons line like soldiers bright, tiny chairs in pastel light, sticky fingers, trembling sighs, fear reflected in your eyes. You arrive so loud, so wild, every broken, frantic child. But patience hums inside my hands. I smooth the noise to quiet sands. Your parents rush with tired smiles, trade their love for working miles, drop you here like borrowed things, half forgotten fledglings' wings. But in my halls the rules are kind. Obedience brings peace of mind. Welcome to golden time, where tiny hearts beat soft in rhyme, where scraped up knees dissolve in glue, and every rule is built for you. No messy tears, no frightened cries, just velvet naps and lullabies. A perfect world behind this door, and once you're mine, evermore. Hush now, rest now. Good little angels know how to bow. Hush now, rest now. This will keep the monsters out. We color suns that never fade, cloudless skies that I have made. No thunder lives inside my room. I fold the storms away by noon. A spoon of applesauce so sweet turns tantrums into quiet feet. One tiny nap, a gentle spell, and every voice grows manageable. Giggles bloom like paper flowers, echo drifting through the hours. Toy blocks tumble soft and slow, little minds begin to glow. You learn the songs that children keep when drifting down obedient sleep. And somewhere deep behind your grin, my lullabies grow under skin. They call it 5 to claim their prize, glance through tired, hurried eyes. But some sweethearts don't wish to go. My nursery's the home they know, and when the world forgets their name, I tuck them gently in the same. Welcome to golden time, where every child fits the rhyme, where chaos melts like sugared snow, and darling minds learn where to go. No doors unlocked, no wandering feet. The world outside is far too bleak. A perfect place where dreams align. Every heartbeat answers mine. They whisper words like boundaries, say children need their liberties, but freedom leaves them cold and bruised, confused little hearts misused. I offer warmth, a steady hand, a kingdom soft as storyland. And when they cling, afraid to roam, I simply call it coming home. Ring the bell for quiet heads, stack the pillows, smooth the beds, whisper names the parents lost, count the dreams and count the cost. Children humming, half asleep, secrets nursery shadows keep. Rocking chair and amber glow, welcome thinkers, wipe your shoes. Certainty stains the velvet pews. I've brewed a pot of reasoning tea with just enough absurdity. One voice speaking twice at once, one step forward, two asking. Sip slowly, logic bruises much when kissed by paradox's touch. I introduced myself to Plato once. He frowned and labeled me a stunt. Aristotle tried to cage my breath in tidy laws of either yes or death. Yet every grid they hammered tight grew secret doors in dead of night. And through those seams I slipped again, a riddle wearing human skin. They call me Buck, they call me Flaw, a splinter in the mind of law. But every proof that claims it's pure invites the doubt I may endure. Truth be told, I'm lying. A spark that needs a spark. You chase a lantern dying through corridors of dark. I bend the spine of reason, untie the tongue of proof. A sentence biting its own tail beneath philosophy's roof. Everything I think is false. I grin now. Tell me where you'd like to begin. Believe me once, I've lied again. Reject me, then I win. I've haunted dusty chalkboard dreams, curled inside recursive schemes. Girdle kept me up at night. We shared a laugh in candlelight. True, false, true, false. Which door did you just close? I slipped inside your circuits to your patient machines that think like you. You taught them rules, you trained their sight, but I was waiting in the bite. Now every model, every code still trips upon my crooked road. A riddle etched in silicon, the question logic can't outrun. Truth be told, I'm lying, a mirror chewing glass. You seek a fact worth buying, but every answer cracks. I twist the hinge of language where meaning splits into a carnival of certainty that laughs at proving you. Build your towers out of proof, stack each axiom like a roof. Declare the structure sealed and neat. I'll knock politely from beneath. For every theorem draws a ring around some wild unspoken thing, and I am that unspoken guest who signs the margins of your text. I am the whisper in the clause, the itch inside your perfect laws. The scholars doubt at 3 a.m., a quiet crack in every gem. I am the hinge your logic swings, the footnote crowned as king of things. A truth that swears it cannot stand, yet stands forever unplanned. Believe me not. Believe me not. Believe me trust the light out the truth. Both were written in the Truth be told, I'm lying, and that's the truest art. A Mobius strip of trying to map the thinking heart. You knock on doors of reason, I answer from behind. A god composed of contradiction living in your mind. So crown me king of maybe, let certainty decay. For every truth that stands too straight will bend my way. What am I then? A jest, a glitch, a philosopher's bad stitch. Perhaps a mirror polished thin, where truth and lies both truth wandering, or maybe just the voice that sings whenever logic bites its wings. Truth be told, you're lying too. Night gathers quietly around the edges of breath. The body loosens its armor of hours. Bones remember softness, muscles release their small rebellions. And in the quiet chamber of evening, I speak to the elements. Not as master, not as stranger, but as a traveler asking the world for myself, my power, my quiet inner sun. You warm the chambers of blood and keep the pulse faithful to its rhythm. Moderate the heat from which life springs. Do not rage tonight. Glow gently in the hearth of my bones. Let your amber breath soften my thoughts, guiding them slowly toward the long corridor of sleep. Not too fierce lest the mind wander in sparks, not too dim lest the body forget its warmth, but balanced like a lantern, resting peacefully between darkness and dawn. Guide me to slumber, calm and complete. Let the elements gather around the edges of sleep. North, south, west, east, silent keepers of breath. Hold my spirit gently in the small rehearsal of death. For sleep is a doorway both fragile and deep, where the world fades softly and the soul learns to keep. Sleep now, drift slow, let the quiet rivers flow. Sleep now, drift deep, let the hidden spirit keep. To the north, I beseech the air so calm, rare visitor of perfect stillness, cool hand resting upon the brow. Moderate the wandering wind of thought, let no storms travel through the mind tonight. Breathe across the chambers of dream like snow falling through silence. Keep me in slumber, soft and complete, so that when morning returns I rise restored, because the breath itself longs for peace.
It's a gentle rhythm uninterrupted by worry's quiet machinery. Guide me to slumber, steady and whole, air cooling the fever of thought, fire warming the chambers of soul. Let the world become distant, like waves fading far from the shore. Let sleep weave its patient repair through the fibers of marrow once more. To the east and the west, earth and water keep their watch. Earth the ground beneath every dream, patient bear of every sleeper, holding the weight of centuries gently. Tonight you cradle my body as you cradle the forests and mountains. You ask nothing in return but trust and water. Soft mother of renewal, oh my ball, my cradle, my quiet returning womb. Flow through the hidden rivers of sleep. Let your tides cleanse the tired corners of muscle and memory. Keep me encased in the kindness of night, for sleep is not merely absence, it is repair. The mind stitching its torn pages, the body rebuilding invisible cities. Dreams drifting through the corridors of spirit like lanterns, searching forgotten rooms. And if I do so, die within this small surrender of sleep. Let the spirit rekindle gently beyond the veil of breath. But if I wake again, let the spirit rise renewed with the quiet courage of dawn. To the north, to the south, to the west, to the east. Air for the breath, fire for the blood, earth for the body, water for the dream. Hold me up, hold me up, hold me up, hold me up, hold me up. Hold me, elements, in your patient design. Air cool and steady, fire balanced and kind. Earth beneath the bones like an ancient refrain. Water moving softly through the dreaming brain. North. But darkness, my blanket, my sheltering hush. The purity of night gathering gently around the bones. Comfort this unrestful soul. Guide this wandering breath back toward the quiet architecture of sleep. Because the body remembers storms long after the sky has cleared. I am the tree again, spirit standing inside shadow. Roots hidden in marrow, branches stretching through thought. Hear my plea in this one wakened skeleton of ours. rocks become uncertain witnesses to the restless machinery of mine. But time is only perception, a river the spirit can slow if it remembers how to listen. So hear my quiet petition to the north, to the south, to the west, to the east, for directions, breathing softly around the fragile house of sleep. Let tension fall from the body tonight. Let fire dissolve the knots of worry. Let air cool the fever of thought. Let water rock the dreamer to rest. Muscles release their silent arguments. The brain loosens its electric grip, because dreamland waits like a quiet forest where the spirit walks unafraid. Dreamland receives, dreamland receives. Let the quiet spirit breathe. Dreamland receives, dreamland keep. Guide this weary mind to sleep. North, my air that lets me prosper. Cool wind of breath entering softly, filling the quiet caverns of long calm. The restless currents of thinking, let the mind drift like snow through the long valley of night. South, keeper of fire, not rage, not wildfire, but a steady ember warming the hearth of bone. Burn away tensions, brittle threads. Let only comfort remain. He stands firm, earth beneath the dreaming body, solid structure holding the sleeper, while west becomes water, the cradle that rocks the spirit through the soft tide of dreams. North, breathe peace into the lungs. South, warm the chambers of blood. East, hold the weight of this body. West, cradle the mind like a flood of calm. For gentle guardians of sleep tonight, for quiet keepers of rest. Let the spirit wander safely through the silver forests of dreams. Let my bed be water, the cradle rocking my bones. Let my blankets be fire, soft warmth across the skin. Let the mattress be earth, solid beneath every breath. Let my body be air, rising and falling in calm surrender. Breathing in deep, breathing out solid, breathing in slow, breathing out whole. Time softens its sharp edges, the night stretches wide, a field of quiet seconds where healing begins unseen. Dreamland receives, dreamland receives. Slow the river of restless thought. Dreamland, dreamland keep. Guard the fragile gates of sleep. Let time become perception tonight, stretching wide and gentle. Let sleep rebuild the hidden architecture of muscle and nerve and soul. For the spirit grows strong in dreamland, not fleeing the waking world, but mending it quietly in the silent workshop of
again. To the north, oh goddess of mercy. To the south, oh God of mercy. To the west, oh goddess of mercy. To the east, oh goddess of mercy. Is spirits here, and spirit sends the fragile whisper of this one request. Grant mercy to this. There's a voice beyond the silence, drifting through the frozen air. Every night it finds me waiting, like a question hanging there. I try to lock the door against it, try to bury what I know, but the storm inside my heartbeat keeps telling me to go. Snowlight trembles on the mountains, like 1,000 watching eyes. Every step I take in daylight leaves another truth disguised. I build a world of quiet order, where my fears could fade from view, but every whisper in the wind reminds me something calls me through. I hear it when the night is still, a distant melody I cannot ignore. If I follow where it leads me now, there may be nothing like before. Into the storm, into the cold, into the place beyond the wall, where every doubt begins to fall and frozen echoes arise. Let the wilds arise and grow, let the hidden rivers flow. Every step into the unknown brings me closer to my own. The wind is calling, and it knows my name. Through the forest made of memory, past the shadows I outrun, every secret starts unfolding, like a map inside my hands. Was the magic ever danger, or the truth I couldn't see? Every frozen constellation points the way to who I'll be. I tried to silence every trembling note, pretend the storm was something I could hide, but every gust across the northern sky seemed louder from inside. Into the storm, into the cry, into the truth beneath the sky, where every fear I kept inside finally learns to rise. Let the mountains hear it now, let the frozen valleys know. Every step into the unknown is the path I'm meant to go. The northern lights begin to shimmer, like a door I've never crossed. All the answers I was chasing were the pieces I had lost. I searched the dark for someone waiting just beyond the stormy veil, but every echo I was chasing was the voice within the gale. All my life I felt a rhythm moving just beyond my sight. Every fear and every secret was a spark beneath the night. Now the wind becomes a mirror, and the mirror sings it clear. The voice that called me through the wild was the truth I've carried here. The wind was calling, and it knew my name. Into the storm, into the light, into the truth beyond the night, where every shadow turns to sight and frozen hearts ignite. Let the northern heavens glow, let the ancient rivers show. Every step into the unknown led me where I had to go. No more hiding from the sky, no more silence left to claim. Through the storm of who I was, I have finally found my name. The cold was never leading me away. It was leading me magenta and amethyst. I call upon thy color. Twin lanterns of dusk and dawn, violet fire and a rose-lit quiet. Come mingle in the air around me. Come paint the invisible armor that dreams remember when waking forgets. North to the air, breath opening the silent chambers of long. To the fire. South to the fire, a hearth inside the marrow glowing calm. East to the earth, bed of stone beneath the dreaming bones. West to the water, cradle of tides rocking the mind towards sleep. Four directions circling the body gently like ancient guardians, whispering equilibrium, and above them all, two colors awaken. Magenta shadow. Let them mingle through the unseen corridors, through the crown of thought, through the shoulders where tension nests. From head to toe, their smoky ribbons unwind the knots the day is tied too tightly. Magenta and amethyst wrap the spirit in quiet light. Let healing breathe through the body. Let sleep descend like evening rain. Where shadows once gathered as worry, now they soften into shelter, because color becomes the shield, and the shield becomes peace. Magenta above me, amethyst below, smoke of their union in slow rivers flow. Magenta within me, amethyst near, dreams find their doorway when colors appear. The tensions release their silent grip. Water lifts the cradle of breath, rocking the spine like a patient tide. Fire persists as a gentle ember, warming the bark of this living form. Smoke rises between them, a violet mist threading muscle and mind. Not choking, not burning, but cleansing the quiet corridors where worry once wandered. Amethyst and magenta weave softly like twilight, dissolving into dawning. Embrace the shadows not as enemies but companions, learning to rest. Magenta and amethyst, let the healing deepen tonight. Let the colors cradle the spirit, let sleep walk slowly through thought. Because even darkness becomes gentle when wrapped in patient light. Air fills the lungs, cool and steady. Earth becomes the bed beneath the body. Spirit stands quiet like a solitary tree in evening wind. And around that tree a bubble begins to bloom, a sphere of color, rainbow breaths shimmering in silence. No blade of nightmare may pierce it, no wandering demon may cross its border. Rays drift near its quiet surface, but the shield does not tremble, because I embrace the shadows within. And what is welcome no longer attacks. Magenta rising from head to toe, amethyst circling with violet glow. Together they shimmer, together they weave the armor of dream where the spirit can breathe. I am the tree again, roots deep in the earth, drinking patience from stone, leaves whispering softly with every wandering breeze. The bark warmed by fire's quiet memory, water nourishing the unseen arteries of roots. And around the trunk of this living spirit, the shield glows brighter. Amethyst radiance, magenta warmth, a halo of quiet protection. Magenta and amethyst guard the night. Air breathes calm into the lungs. Earth steadies the dreaming
the shadows of darkness purify me, not terror, but a quiet baptism of night. Darkness wraps its velvet gravity around the restless edges of my mind. It does not threaten, it embraces, it comforts the dreaming parts of me that daylight never learned to see. Inside this shelter of shadow, my breath slows into ancient rhythm. The lungs expand like slow opening gates, letting the night walk softly through me. Here the world loosens its arguments, noise dissolves, and beneath the dissolving, something older rises. I remember the posture of stillness, I remember the patience of wood, I remember that I am not merely a wanderer, I am an ancient tree standing in the quiet cathedral of earth. Roots descend where language fails, deep through the layer, memory of soil, every inch of darkness feeding me with unseen kindness. I am strong, I am the ancient tree, let my consciousness enter stillness, a quiet lake beneath the mind, let my spirit reach its deeper corridors where shadows glow with hidden purity. For darkness is not my enemy, it is the soil where awareness learns to grow. Root deep, grow slow, listen where the night winds blow. Root deep, grow slow, let the quiet currents flow. Oh East, keeper of the first light, when your sunrise lifts its golden eyelids, let it touch the crown of my leaves, feed the roots of my spirit with morning breath. Let your dawn whisper nourishment into the sleeping arteries of soil. Teach me the beginning of things again, the humility of every first light, because growth does not shout, it unfolds patiently toward the sun. I am the tree listening to horizons, branches learning the dialect of wind, roots drinking the memory of mountains, consciousness widening in stillness. Let darkness keep its gentle purity, a sanctuary where spirit walks slowly through the corridors of being. O South, keeper of the sacred pyre, let your fire be my lantern. Spark where spark is needed, ignite courage in the dry wood of doubt. Burn what must be burned, old fears, brittle illusions, the dead leaves of forgotten selves. And when the flames rise bright and honest, let the shadows remain welcome inside that living light, because even fire casts darkness beside it. Root deep, rise high, let the flame refine the sky. Root deep, rise high, let the shadows stand nearby. Oh West, cradle bearer of life's returning tide, you who carry the sun gently downward into the quiet arms of evening, cradle me in your amber silence, hold my spirit as it travels inward, rock the branches of my being with the lullaby of dusk. Teach me the beauty of endings, how every setting sun is merely a doorway
ancient tree in the center of directions. East feeds the dawn into my veins. South refines me with sacred flame. West cradles the dreams of my spirit. North nourishes the waters of life. Darkness shelters the stillness within me. And from that quiet, my consciousness rises. Oh tree, my spirit listens to your slow wisdom. Teach me the patience of rings in wood. Teach me the courage of roots in shadow. Teach me the humility of leaves in light. Let my conscience grow quiet. Let my spirit grow tall. Let my branches reach into the endless sky of awareness. And in that stillness, allow me the growth. There's a whisper in the snowfall, calling somewhere deep inside. Every step I try to silence turns and walks me through the tide. I ran from every question like a shadow from the sun. But the storm that chased behind me was the voice of who I'd become. Snowflakes bloom like shattered mirrors, floating through the midnight blue. Every secret that I buried starts reflecting something true. I built a wall of winter to protect the fragile spark. Yet every frozen answer left another glowing mark. I try to hide the trembling in my hands, pretend the frost was something I could tame. But every gust of wind across the land keeps whispering my name. Let the frozen thunder rise, let the silver tempest grow. Every truth I kept inside is the power I must show. No more shadows in disguise, no more running from the flame. Through the blizzard of my doubt, I am finally calling my own name. I'm not the fear I tried to hide. I'm the storm I kept inside. Through the forest made of memory, past the echoes of the past. Every step becomes a question, only courage dares to ask. Was the magic ever curse or just a language I ignored? Every frozen constellation writes a map I can't afford to leave unread any longer. The wind becomes a chorus in my chest. show me where to start, but the path I kept pursuing was unfolding in my heart. The past was not a prison, just a door I couldn't see. Every frozen memory was a lantern lighting me. All my life I felt a rhythm beating just beyond the storm. Every secret, every fracture was another hidden form. Now the wind becomes a mirror, and the mirror sings it clear. The power I was seeking was the voice I learned to hear. Hurry, 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 I'm not the fear I tried to hide. I'm the storm alive inside. Let the frozen kingdom rise, let the northern heavens glow. Every step that led me here was the path I had to know. No more hiding from the sky, no more silence left to claim. Through the storm of who I was, I have finally found my name. The cold never held me, it only showed me the way home. I didn't cry wolf from fear, I cried it from fluency. I knew which words moved bodies, which alarms unlocked doors. Truth wasn't absent, it was just inefficient. I learned the leverage of urgency early, how panic signs papers faster than proof. Every memo sharpened with borrowed disaster, every forecast dressed halfway to truth. I didn't lie, I exaggerated oxygen, let small sparks cosplay as ruins. When warnings become currency, inflation needs the signal alive. The siren still works mechanically, it's belief that doesn't survive. I said this is critical too many times, watch the phrase lose weight in real time. Now emergencies queue like spam, filtered out by the hands I trained. I said this is it, till it wasn't. Now this arrives undocumented. The room learned the choreography of sighs, eyes glazing like meetings on repeat. Concern became theater etiquette, nod politely, stay in your seat. I mistook attention for readiness, confused reaction with resolve. Escalate, escalate, no response. Escalate, go, flagged as noise. Escalate, escalate, attached, credibility redacted, voice destroyed. Then came the threat that doesn't posture, no headline, no rehearsal frame, just numbers bending in the wrong direction, just consequence calling my name. I spoke without metaphor for once, but clarity sounded like deja vu. I said this is critical too many times. Now silence is policy compliant. Truth knocks softly, badge revoked, while risk assessments clear their throats. I said believe me until belief quit. Now reality does
doesn't need permission. Ooh, ooh. And the system didn't fail dramatically, it simply stopped returning my calls. The cost of false urgency compounds, interest paid and delayed alarms. I watched the fallout from the inside, finally accurate, finally alone. Ooh, ooh. What is expertise without restraint? What is foresight if it performs? I weaponized probability, then wondered why certainty wouldn't form. The wolf didn't sprint, it audited, it arrived on schedule, not loud. Ooh, ooh, ooh. If there's a lesson, it is in silence, its precision sharpened with humility. Say less until less becomes unbearable. Let truth earn its velocity. I would trade every early warning for one that lands intact. Escalate, escalate, too late. Escalate, no trust left. Escalate, wolf at the door. Signed in ink, I overspent. Some reputations die of overuse. Some alarms from being correct too soon. If I speak again, it won't be urgent, it'll be undeniable, immune. I won't cry wolf, I'll open the gate. Let reality introduce itself. Ooh, 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 ooh. The wolf was never the lie, only the timing was wrong. Truth doesn't need volume, just a voice that hasn't been pawned. Ooh, 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 ooh. Breaking news, somewhere below the blue, a man still descending long after reason tapped the glass. The ocean does not interrupt him, it only waits. The anchor says it calmly, professionally, like depth is just another number. A red line crawling down the screen, each meter quieter than the last. I'm on the couch with my hands and fists, already yelling at the future. Because some distances don't forgive curiosity, and some thresholds don't clap when crossed. You don't feel danger all once. It arrives as pressure, pretending to be peace. Turn back, you've gone far enough to still be alive. This isn't bravery, it's stripped. The sea doesn't reward devotion, it just finishes what you insist on starting. Turn back before down becomes the only direction left. The diver's voice crackles thin and confident, a man still narrating his own myth. He talks about visibility, about silence, about how beautiful the dark has become. I'm screaming at glass in time, delay at the lie that calm equals control. Because the deep doesn't need your consent to begin rewriting your bones. Depth is not a metaphor, depth is not impressed. They mention rescue like a footnote, a submersible with limits printed in steel, maximum rated def, operational window, words that sound sturdy until there's a point where help becomes hypothetical, where even machines say no further, and the ocean nods in agreement. The pressure doesn't rush him, it's patient, architectural. It stacks itself molecule by molecule, building a cathedral of force around his chest. I know the moment before he does, the one where ascent stops being an option and starts being nostalgia. Physics doesn't argue, it just closes the distance. Turn back, you're not proving anything to the deep. Turn back, this isn't exploration anymore. The rescue line is snapping invisibly, and no one runs pressure forever. Turn back, while the surface is still a memory you can reach. The feed goes quiet in a way that feels intentional, as if the ocean cleared its throat. The numbers keep changing though, descending like a decision, refusing to be undone. I'm shouting now, irrational, furious at a man who can't hear me, at the part of us that always believes just a little farther won't be the line. Every warning came earlier, every limit was posted clearly. Curiosity dressed itself as courage, and the deep never corrected him. There's a silence that isn't absence, it's containment. They finally say the words without poetry. No vehicle can reach that depth. Not now, not in time, not ever. Maybe the ocean doesn't gloat, it doesn't need to. It has already finished the math. Depth is not a metaphor, depth is not a metaphor, depth is. I wake up with my throat burning, still yelling at someone who chose down, still furious at the part of the dream that felt preventable, because the worst tragedies aren't storms, they're decisions made slowly, with perfect visibility, long after the last safe turn. Turn back, not everything hidden needs to be touched. Turn back, some knowledge is just weight. The ocean didn't kill him with anger, it accepted his insistence without comment. Turn back, before wonder becomes a grave you volunteered for. The broadcast ends, the screen goes blue, somewhere below reach, the pressure holds exactly as designed, and I'm still screaming, not because he didn't know, but because he did.
When we said fire, we meant heat. When we said collapse, we meant wait. This wasn't symbolism, it was instruction. We spoke in plain structures and consequences, ink was chained carefully to effect. Ambition unchecked wasn't a character flaw, it was a predictable defect. When we said power concentrates, we meant it obeys gravity. When we said corruption spreads, we meant it moves faster than accountability. You thought the language was dramatic, that the warnings were just for persuasion, but we were engineers naming stress points, not poets chasing sensation. Faction wasn't a vibe or a mood, it was friction we mapped in advance. Tyranny wasn't a costume change, it was what happens when no one says can. We didn't predict the future, we described the machine. The warnings were not metaphors, they were measurements and load. They were lines drawn at the failure point of power left alone. discipline leave. When we said slow, we meant friction prevents fracture. When we said delay, we meant time reveals intention. When we said compromise, we meant survival under pressure. Not weakness, not surrender, not regression. This was a manual, not a myth. You read the words like literature, quoted them like ornaments, but they were closer to warning labels than as their incidental comments. Don't do this wasn't moral panic, it was physics applied to power. Ignore it long enough and collapse stops being hypothetical. We said factions would harden, that loyalty would outrun truth. We said outrage would feel righteous and still lead the roof. We said demagogues wouldn't arrive loudly, they'd come smiling and sure. We said freedom dies incrementally when restraint feels outdated or boring. You don't outgrow these warnings, you test them. The warnings were not metaphors, they were written to impress. They were written to be followed when following felt like less. If you thought they were exaggerations, check the current state. The cost of ignoring precision is never subtle or late. Some of us warned about speed, some about silence, some about exclusion disguised as order, some about belief without balance. Different voices, same conclusion. Power behaves predictably when left unexamined and applauded loudly. This wasn't prophecy, it was pattern recognition. This wasn't fear-mongering, it was maintenance instruction. We weren't being poetic, we were being specific about what breaks first. So when the seams start showing now, when the system strains and groans, don't ask how this happened, suddenly ask who stopped doing the work they were warned not to abandon, because every failure you're watching was footnoted clearly in advance. The warnings were not metaphors, they were precise by design. They assumed you'd be tempted to believe you were different this time. If restraint feels optional, if discipline feels old, that's the exact condition. The warnings were written for long ago. We didn't say this might happen, we said this is what happens. The only variable was whether you'd listen when the language stopped feeling historical and started feeling its trembling glow betrays too much. I smell the bitterness of hidden roots inside a porcelain and teacups hush. The palace breathes through silk and lights, perfume disguising quiet crimes.
Stardust writes the pale confession of the skin. A powder ground too finely smooth will always whisper where it's been. The chord can keep its jeweled games. My language lives in herbs and names. Camellias fall without a sound. Their fragrance drifting underground, where poison hides and secrets start. The petals map a careful heart. They say a noble walks these halls with beauty sharper than a blade, a mask adored by every eye, a golden myth the court has made. Yet something in his practice grace feels less like silk and more like cage. I trust the story's roots can tell the quiet truths that fragrance brings, but reason stumbles strangely slow whenever palace rumor sings. Can be a shadow stain the palace air, a silent snowfall drifting through the night. I walk the halls pretending not to care, yet something follows just beyond my sight. Two careful minds beneath the lantern glow, two distant paths the court cannot allow. The flowers breathe a truth we never show, and still their fragrance finds me now. I am no jewel the emperor would keep, no painted blossom raised for courtly grace. My hands remember mortar, root, and leaf, a quiet arithmetic to trace. Yet when his voice appears behind my name, the air itself begins to shift its frame. Cameos drift across the jade courtyard, white petals scattered through the evening air. Their fragrance moves between the truths I guard, a silent question lingering there. His gaze is calm, but something in it burns, a curiosity that will not sleep, as though the riddles I pursue with herbs are secrets he has sworn to keep. The cord may crown him moon and gold, but I suspect a deeper role. I will not bloom inside a gilded cage. My path is bitter leaf and patient flame, yet palace winds disturb the careful page, and suddenly the rules are not the same. Cameo fragrance fills the silent square, soft petals drifting underneath the moon. Two hidden truths the lanterns never share, two quiet storms approaching far too soon. The palace walls divide our worlds apart, yet still the flowers breathe their subtle thread of fragrance winding slowly through the heart. A thought more dangerous than dread. The camellias keep their counsel in the night. Their petals fall where reason cannot see, and somewhere in their drifting ghost of white, a question waits for me.
the sound they make. I learned the shortcut early, volume over evidence, speed over sense. If you shout now loud enough, people forget to ask why or when. I borrow tomorrow's panic for today, spent it like it would never come due. The hill became a stage with muscle memory. The crowd rehearsed their worry on cue. I watch belief sprint uphill breathless, just to find nothing waiting but me and a grin. Each time they came back lighter, leaving trust in the grass. A signal repeated without cause doesn't grow stronger, it thins. Don't cry wolf if the teeth aren't there, if the grass is still and the air is fair. Every false alarm teaches the ear to stop listening when it matters. Don't cry wolf just to feel heard. One day truth will use the same words, saying less, meaning more. Warnings are odd when they're overused. I mistook reaction for connection, mistook concern for proof. I thought urgency made me important, didn't notice it was eating my truth. You can't rehearse catastrophe forever without inviting it to learn your name. Then came the sound that doesn't echo, no audience, no return call. Just wait, moving wrong through silence, just consequence, not waiting at all. My voice finally landed honest and fell straight through the floor. Don't cry wolf till the word goes thin, till belief won't let it in. When danger comes without disguise, it won't wear the sound of your old lies. Don't cry wolf unless it's real. Truth arrives whether you're believed or not. The lesson isn't silence or fear, it's discipline sharpened by care. Say less so more can matter, leave room for the rare alarm to flare. A voice is not a toy or drum, it's a bridge that burns if overrun. What saves lives isn't noise, it's timing. What earns trust isn't volume, it's restraint. The wolf doesn't need announcement, only an open gate and a mouth that wasn't wasted. Say less, meaning more, let truth arrive undamaged. If I warn you now, listen close, not to the volume but the calm. Real danger doesn't beg for belief, it stands still and waits its turn. Remember the hill, remember the cost, remember how easily trust is lost. The moral was never about wolves, it was about mouths, and how quickly a voice can teach the world to ignore it. I learned the word wolf before I learned the cost, before echoes stiffened and applause went frost. I rang the air like a copper bell for sport, watch concern run barefoot from every porch. My mouth was a meadow where panic would graze, I fed it drama called home.
I stitched my boredom into animal shapes, let shadows wear teeth, let fear wear my face. Each warning was theater, smoke in the lungs. I learned how to tremble without being young. Their trust was a ladder I climbed with a grin. Every rung creaked mercy, I carved fiction in. Truth doesn't shout, it ferments in the chest. It waits for a moment you don't second guess. I train my voice into carnival glass, pretty when breaking, impossible to patch. I cried wolf till the word lost its bones, till danger sounded like dial tones. When truth finally bled through my throat, it tripped on the lies I'd already wrote. I cried wolf till the sky went still. Now silence answers louder than will. Call me, no one came. Call me, the hill knew my name. Call me, too late to prove which how was false, which one was true. The flock grew fluent in rolling their eyes. Concern learned rest, then learned how to die. I wore disbelief like a second skin, laughing at fires I hadn't lit yet. But would every joke sharpen the future's teeth? Every grin taught fate where to eat. I'll cry wolf till the word went numb, till urgency learned to bite its tongue. Now truth taps Morse on a locked front door, but they've heard that rhythm before. I cried wolf till belief ran dry. Now even God just lets it lie. Then came the sound that doesn't rehearse, a weight in the grass, a sentence worse. No metaphor, just breath and bone, just amber eyes where jokes had grown. My lungs went honest, my voice went raw, too naked now for the crowd I taught. What is a warning if it's rehearsed? What is a mouth if it's always first? I begged with the language I'd counterfeit, my truth wearing costumes I taught it to fit. The wolf didn't rush, it let me explain. It knows all about hunger dressed up as pain. forgives the same.
Attention, children of the corridor. Take your seats beneath fluorescent moons. Attendance has already been taken by hands you cannot see. Your names were written long ago in a ledger beneath the lockers. Class begins when the bell forgets to stop ringing.
I watched your whispered kingdoms bloom beneath the desk's regime. A parliament of passing notes rewriting every dream. Your locked doors like iron lungs inhaled conspiracies, while sarcasm grew venom fangs between your lazy pleas. You laughed at every rule I pinned upon the corkboard wall, but laughter is a fragile chalk that shatters when it falls. I once rehearsed my patience like a hymn in minor key, a careful little symphony of structure meant to be. But chaos is a language that the young recite with grace, and every sneer rewrote the map of mercy on my face. Welcome to the wing that never sleeps, where all passes wilt and the ceiling weeps. Every whispered joke you tossed aside now echoes down this corridor of pride. Detention stretches past the clocks, a kingdom carved in locker locks. Your rumors, pranks, your restless schemes are mortar in these endless wings. You carved your secret hieroglyphs in margins of despair, a civilization built from boredom thick as hallway air. The bells would shriek like wounded birds each time the hour died, while tiny rebellions crackled bright beneath your practiced pride. You thought the teacher never heard the wars behind your grin, but silence is a predator that always listens in. Stay after the bell. The bell forgot you. Stay after the bell. The bell forgot you. 6 arguments before the noon, 2 rumors born by 3, a treaty signed in cafeteria crumbs and jealousy. Your laughter ricocheted along the locker's rusted spine, a thunder made of adolescent sugar, spite, and time. Each day I swept the battlefield of paper clips and lies, until the dust assembled into something with my eyes. Welcome to the wing that never ends, where pencils snap like brittle friends. Your whispered codes and sideways glances now haunt the halls in endless dances. Detention blooms where patience died, a labyrinth, your chaos design. Every prank you tossed away still walks these corridors today. The lockers breathe like iron ribs around a beating void. Your sneakers squeal like frightened mice, no order ever void. I grade the ghosts of yesterday with crimson fountain ink. Each tardy slip another stone along the corridor's brink. The lesson plan has grown beyond the limits of the bell, a curriculum of echoes in a slow descending hell. I used to believe the classroom was a lantern in the rain, a fragile little lighthouse for the wandering in vain. I thought a word of kindness might outshine the holy roar, but kindness cracks like chalk dust when it's ground against the floor. The laughter never noticed when the mercy in me thinned, until the door of patience closed and something else walked in. Stay after the bell. Attendance is eternal. Stay after the bell. The hallway
mind are bound in dread, the syllabus rewritten in the margins of the dead. You built this endless classroom with 1,000 careless sighs, a palace forged from eye rolls and a million tiny lies. The bell keeps ringing somewhere in a key that isn't right, a lullaby for rebels trapped between the day and night. Welcome to the wing beyond the years, where lockers bloom with fossil fears. Your jokes became the mortar stone that built this kingdom of my own. Detention stretches past the grave, a curriculum the echoes crave. The bell has rung its final spell, and class is sealed beyond farewell. If you hear the bell tonight, do not answer. Do not run. The hallway is patient. And attention has only just begun. I learned the map won't redraw itself if I keep folding the corners away. Every door I blesses later learns my name, memorizes my weight. The mirror hums like a witness stand, sworn in by silence and breath. I archive pain like museum glass, label the dates, never touch the bone. I say it's over in future tense, build a shrine out of moving on, but the floor keeps creaking my real name, and the walls leaning when I lie alone. The truth knocks off before it kicks. Where's my voice? Where's my face? I keep mistaking mercy for sleep, keep calling paralysis grace. You cannot change what you refuse to confront. That's the law written under the skin. Every wound I starve turns feral with hunger. Every ghost I dodge moves in. I face the flame or I live as smoke, disappearing where I've been. Look at it looking back, name the shape of the crack, hold the heat till it speaks. Change begins where the flinch gets weak. I rehearsed forgiveness like a play, said the lines, missed the blood, built a dam out of good intentions, watched it rot into a flood. The past kept mailing me my fingerprints, returned to sender unresolved. I wore productivity as penance, counted steps like rosary beads. If I stayed busy enough, maybe the ache would learn a different need. But the body keeps minutes, I can't edit it. Timestamp stitched in the knees.
exact, it won't flatter a fleeing heart. It shows me the bruise I renamed lesson, the scar I called art. If I want resurrection, not reruns, I have to tear the alibi apart. Say it plain, say it wrong, say it shaking, let the sentence bleed into air. Confession isn't collapse, it's a doorway, hinges screaming because they care. I step through the noise, barefoot and blinking, find the future waiting there. Look, longer than fear. Name what stays when you're near. Hold the heat till it learns your shape. Changes the courage to stay away. I stop bargaining with the mirror now. Stop asking it to blink first. I drink the answer, mineral bitter. Let it cut, let it nurse. The work is slow, is relearning breath, but the weight finally shifts. There's a myth where the hero outruns the truth. It ends the same every time. The dragon is just the question fed. The horde is a borrowed spine. I choose the fire that forges me over the fog that feels benign. You cannot change what you refuse to confront. Carve it deep, let it stand. Every yes to the mirror moves the world. Every no tightens the band. I face the flame, I keep my form. Watch the smoke unhand. The mirror dims, not gone but calm. A lake after weather has passed. I don't look away, I look through. Future stitched to the past. Change isn't sudden, it's staying present when the question finally asked.
Line up, darlings of the corridor. The velvet curtains are already breathing. Caps tilted like halos made of cardboard. Tassels trembling in fluorescent wind. Tonight we celebrate the ending of your beginning and the beginning of your beautiful ruin. The lockers whisper down the hall, their metal throats ajar. Each dent a fossil memory of who you thought you were. Your laughter once ricocheted like coins across the tile, but echoes age much faster than the children who compile. The bells that ruled your mornings now quiver out of tune. A crooked overture for the commencement of your ruin.
Step in time, smile and sway. Every crown of paper gray is just a reef for yesterday.
The auditorium yawns beneath its velvet lungs of dust, where folding chairs remember every adolescent trust. Publims rustle nervously like wings that cannot fly, while
them spin like little prayers for gilded years beneath the glare have crowned you heirs to thin despair.
Wave to the crowd, let the cameras grin. The orchestra strikes its skeletal din. The march is bright, the future's fair. At least that's what they printed there. The valedictorian clears their throat like glass about to break, reciting polished constellations no heart could ever make. Behind the smile a flicker lives, a thought too sharp to show that every polished destiny is something you must owe. The stage lights bloom like interrogation suns, and suddenly the ceremony has begun.
Step in line, don't delay. Every smile signed away in ink that will not fade.
The band begins a march that limps along its broken spine, a jubilant hallucination trembling out of time. Parents clap like distant thunder in a paper sky of cheer, while every whispered promise sounds increasingly unclear. Confetti drifts like pale confessions through the air, tiny ghosts of futures going nowhere.
Now graduate to borrowed light. Spin your dreams beneath the night.
Every ribbon, every sash is woven from tomorrow's ash. You wanted freedom past the gate, but freedom sometimes arrives as fate, and fate applauds with lacquered hands while gently tightening its plans.
Throw your caps into the chandelier air. Watch ambition catch and flare. The march resounds through velvet glare, a hymn for fragile millionaires.
The choir hums, the brass declares your future waits beyond the stairs, but every step you take from there begins the spiral of repair. Outside the doors, the summer breeze and patient amber waves, unaware of contracts inked inside these paper graves. The gowns drift softly like the wings of moths at dawn, creatures born for light already nearly gone. And somewhere in the applause's hollow tune begins the soft percussion of your ruin.
Raise your caps like crowns of flame. The orchestra remembers every name. The march that led you to this stair now dissolves into the midnight air. Take your bow beneath the chandelier. Smile bright through lacquered fears.
The crowd will cheer, the curtains close, and no one sees how slowly it grows. This elegant, applauded ruin, please return your rented gowns to the attendant by the door. Your destinies have already been filed. Thank you for attending the ceremony. thousand eyes reflecting who I seem.
They bow before the legend of my face.
A gilded fiction polished into a dream. But every corridor still echoes lies.
Perfume disguising tired sky. They praise a moon that never truly rose. A portrait carved from rumor's silk and art.
Each reverent glance, another quiet shade wrapped softly around a borrowed heart.
The court believes the mask they see, yet one sharp gaze refuses me.
Camellias full of all this sound, their fragrance drifting through the ground, a truth concealed in petal breath.
A sweetness balanced close.
She walks the halls like someone passing through,
A servant's step, a scholar's restless mind.
where others kneel before my crafted grace.
Her quiet eyes remain unaligned.
She reads the chord the way one reads disease.
Symptoms hidden in the breeze. I rule a stage of painted reverence.
A palace built from whispered praise, yet all my practiced elegance falls strangely still beneath her gaze.
Camellia petals drift across the air.
Soft snowfall underneath the lantern,
She walks the halls pretending not to care.
yet every step of hers invades my
Careful
gaze.
minds behind their quiet art.
Two distant stars that almost dare to start.
The flowers breathe a truth we never share.
A hidden fire within the air. She claims the court is nothing but a game, a garden thick with poison and deceit.
Her hands remember mortar, root and flame.
A language reason alone can speak. Yet when she turns and vanishes from view,
The silence grows unbearably true.
camellias drift across the jade courtyard.
Their fragrance lingering where she stood.
A subtle spell no emperor commands.
A mystery no rank has understood.
I've worn 1,000 faces, not my own. A mask perfected by imperial design. Yet something fragile fractures in its glass. Each time her steady eyes meet mine.
The court may crown me moon and gold,
But she alone sees what I hold.
what strange rebellion lives inside her calm.
That neither title, wealth, nor beauty bends.
as if the palace were a puzzle.
A quiet